Ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to begin the meeting. Please take your seats.
Thank you all for coming. We will call the meeting to order. So I will start with Douglas to give us some rules.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll start with roll. Commissioner Bradshaw? Commissioner Bradshaw, are you there? Commissioner Davis? Here. Commissioner Falcone? Commissioner Grisby? Present. Vice Chair Guardino? Present. Commissioner Lugo? Present. Commissioner Liu? Here. Commissioner Martinez? Present. Commissioner Norton?
Present.
Commissioner Tavoloni?
Here.
Chair Eager?
Here.
Senator Newman? Here. Assemblymember Friedman? Madam Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Douglas. Now we'll go to the rules.
Welcome everyone to the October 22, 2022 CTC meeting. For those participating online, please note that because this is a two-day meeting, you will need to use a separate link to attend the meeting tomorrow. The links can be found on the first page of the meeting agenda. Please use the questions tab on the webinar if you have questions about this. The Commission's meeting agenda is located under the Handouts tab or also on our website, www.catc.ca.gov. Any document the CTC creates can be translated into any language you need. Simply email us at ctc@catc.ca.gov and we will have them returned to you as quickly as possible. For our presenters, if you're on the agenda to make a presentation remotely, please do your best to be succinct. We also hope that you will turn your camera on during your presentation if you have one. To all our members of the public, we welcome comments from the public as part of each item at this meeting. For those attending in person, please submit a speaker slip to the clerk, that's me, over here in the front of the room, to let us know you want to comment on an item. For those attending via GoToWebinar, you should see the webinar control panel, likely located on the right-hand side of your screen. There you will find a raise hand feature as well as a questions tab. We encourage you to use the raise hand feature as early into the item as you can to give the system time to acknowledge you. Alternately, you may use the questions tab to submit your comment. Please be sure to include the agenda item number you are commenting on. Commission staff will read the comment on your behalf. As a reminder, each registered attendee is provided a unique link and phone number to access the webinar. These should not be shared with other participants as they can create confusion for staff when making comments. For everyone making comments, please do your best to be concise. Please make sure your comments add new information. If you agree with comments of a previous speaker, simply make that statement. Since we often have many speakers, we ask that you make your point in 3 minutes or less. If for some reason we have many speakers on a topic, we reserve the right to limit comment to 1 minute as needed. Thank you for joining us today. We know your time is valuable and we appreciate you sharing some of it with us. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Douglas. And now we will turn to the welcome to the region. I have to say we had a wonderful tour yesterday, so thank you so much. We had traffic, we went to the edge of the cliff, we almost teetered off the edge. It was very exciting. So thank you so much. And now I'll turn it over to you to do your introduction.
Great. Thank you so much, Chair Eager. Welcome and thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Eager, Vice Chair Guardino, Commissioners, and Senator Newman. My name is Margie Kern. I'm the Executive Director of SBCAG, Santa Barbara County Association of Governments, and we want to really welcome you to our region. We hope you enjoyed your evening in Santa Barbara, and we really thank you for coming. The last time CTC was here was in 2006, so we're happy to give an opportunity to show you all the great improvements that we've made since then and demonstrate our partnership with the state. For our welcome to the region, I'd like to introduce our board chair, County Supervisor Doss Williams, and our other SBCAG director and the Santa Barbara Mayor, Randy Rouse. So first, Doss Williams.
Welcome to town. Good afternoon, Chair Eager, Vice Chair Gardino, and Mitch and commissioners. Great to see you here. I should note that this is the warmest time of year, so even though we don't let you look at the ocean with these screens, you can get out to it at some point. Easy to rent a kayak in the harbor or snorkel gear. I will join you if you do that. My name's Doss, and I'm the supervisor that represents 2/3 of the city of Santa Barbara, Montecito, Carpinteria, all the areas you saw on the tour, and the Cuyama Valley. I have some of the most prosperous parts of the state of California, income-wise, and some of the most struggling. Our areas, because you literally have very low-income residents right next to Montecito. It doesn't show up on CalEnviro screen and some of the other tools that people use as analysis, but sandwiched between one of the lowest median incomes of any suburban county and one of the highest median home prices, one of the worst rental markets in the state. All is not great in paradise here. We look with great anticipation to your role in meeting some of those challenges. We have done a lot. The city of Santa Barbara has 13% of its housing stock in price-controlled affordables. We understand we have a terrible jobs housing imbalance and are trying to work diligently to address it. But we also view your presence here with great anticipation and great hope because there are elements of this job housing imbalance that we cannot address alone. I serve as the chair of Santa Barbara County Association of Governments, which is our MPO, our regional transportation planning agency, and our local transportation authority. It administers the voter-approved sales tax measure, Measure A, which Margie Kern will highlight. It's critical funding source that helps us partner with the state and the federal government and shows that we have skin in the game. Even in a purple county, we have voted to tax ourselves for these improvements. Some facts about Santa Barbara County. We're the 20th largest county in the state, but the largest on the Central Coast. And we're key to the transportation network of the whole Central Coast because really, we're parochial enough to usually just say the freeway. Okay, the freeway. Like there's only one freeway, the 101. And so are the other Central Coast counties, right? Multimodal transportation is really important for our local agencies. Some of us were multimodal long before it was popular, but it is definitely the thrust of both our work at a municipal level and also our work in the application that you guys will review. My district was hit hard in the Thomas Fire, the Montecito debris flow, and we are rebuilding our community since then and appreciate all the state's support. As you saw in the multimodal corridor tour yesterday, we have made great progress. We have remaining segments in Santa Barbara and Montecito that need full funding so we can realize the full benefits of the investment that you've already made. And I know it's, I know because I'm sometimes in the kind of role that you are, that it's awkward when people treat you like the savior, right? Okay. You probably view yourselves more as a judicious body that is just struggling to allocate resources efficiently for the whole state. But I do want to admit to you that this is a community who has spent 2 generations in gridlock. And we view your presence here. We viewed Commissioner Norton's presence at ribbon cutting. We view your role with a very high degree of hope that we may, within a realistic amount of years, address this gridlock in a way that makes sense and helps us create a path for the future. Because part of the reason why I've been excited about this project for now decades is that we have a substantial transit investment in this community, and a carpool lane makes transit decisively advantageous over single-use vehicles. So with that, thank you for being here. Look forward to your conversations and look forward to seeing you this evening.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair Eager and Commissioners, for having this hearing today. I'm Randy Rouse. I'm the mayor of the city of Santa Barbara. I was a little bit late because I ran right into the deployment of Measure C funds, which blocked the normal route I would take to this facility. So I share the frustration of many of the people that call me on a daily basis about road construction, but it is robust. It is great. We're doing a lot of work that we've put off for a lot of years. Thanks to the combination of funds, but Measure A, Measure C, and certainly the highway funds, we're making our way. As Doss talked about the freeway, and the freeway is exactly our artery to the outside world. And as it was shown during the Thomas fire, the debris flow, and the Lock and Cheetah slide a few years back, we turned very quickly into an island, very isolated. So we're very, very, very dependent on that. And with our jobs, housing, and balance, we do have issues. We're a hospitality-based community, so not everybody can afford to live here, but we do need to have those folks come here. And the good part is because we are almost European style in the way our city's constructed. It's got a small, accessible core and central business district. So we are actually kind of the perfect example of where regional transit can meet local multimodal means of getting around. So that regional transit is essential. And then our job is to get folks around once they get here. So all those funds, all those efforts coming together are essential to making Santa Barbara what it is today. And it's a town we're really, really proud of. And it's obviously a beautiful town. We can see the islands, which wouldn't actually be today, but it is a beautiful town. Housing and workforce housing remains essential, like Chair Williams referred to, but more immediate is our ability to get people in from our North and South County. The housing is a project ongoing, has been ongoing in the 50 years I've been here. I know we've talked about it and worked and worried about it, but the ability to have regional transit, reliable, with great headways that we can connect with our local multimodal is essential to keeping this town and our community alive and keeping what echo we can in our town economically, and certainly keep the engine moving. And with that, I would just like to thank the commission for the investments that have been provided, like I say, through the active transportation program, Measure A, Measure C, being leveraged so that we can get between UC Santa Barbara and Carpinteria with choices of modes of transportation, not just one mode of transportation. So thank you very much for being here today and coming to Santa Barbara. Welcome to town.
Thank you.
So thank you. I can't do two things at once and follow the slides and do my little spiel here, but we're going to just give you a brief overview of SBCAG and Santa Barbara County. So our region is located on the southern end of the Central Coast. We are neighbors with San Luis Obispo, Kern, and Ventura counties. We like to say we're the perfect size. Ventura is twice as big as us, and San Luis Obispo is half our size, so we're right in the middle. We have 8 incorporated cities as of the 2020 census, and our population has 448,000 people, a 6% increase over the 2010 population census. Our largest city is the city of Santa Maria in the northern part of our county, and Santa Barbara is our second largest city. And demographically, we have about 47% of our population that identifies as Hispanic or Latino. Next slide. Our region has a lot to offer, as you can see, and it's critical to the region and the state and the nation. We are home to the UC Santa Barbara, which is becoming a highly ranked public university, not just in California, but in the United States. Many people are not aware, but UCSB is partnering with Google to build a quantum computer here in Santa Barbara County. This will usher in a new era of ultra-fast computing for the world. We're also home to the Vandenberg Space Force Base. I always have to slow down when I say it because I always want to say Air Force Base. Space Force Base, which is located near the city of Lompoc. This Space Force Base is becoming a critical location for the United States with launches of spacecraft and satellites for NASA and SpaceX and missile test launches for the Department of Defense. Tourism is obviously an important aspect of our region, and while visitors enjoy our climate, cuisine, and lifestyle, our outdoor activities are popular draw for our region, including our beaches and our world-class bicycle facilities and the mountain trails. You have it all in one in this location. Finally, a lot of popular California wines are from our region, which I hope you get a chance to taste while you're here. So next slide, SBCAG was formed in 1966. We are proud to be 56 years old. I like to say we're the small agency that does big things. Our board of directors consists of the 5 board of supervisors and 1 member from each of our 8 cities for 13 members total. And we wear many hats like many of our regional agencies, sister agencies throughout the state. We are the Metropolitan Planning Organization and the Regional Transportation Planning Agency. And we work closely with our community and local partners with our regional transportation plan and programming our state and federal transportation dollars. We've also been the local transportation authority since 1990 with our voter-approved sales tax measure, which I'll talk about a little more in a little bit. So our current priorities, next slide, it's very exciting time for our agency. We have several current priorities that we are leading. The first I'd like to highlight, which is pretty obvious, is our voter-approved sales tax measure. We became a self-help county in 1990 with our Measure D, and then we renewed that measure with Measure A in 2008 with 79% of voter approval. Measure A includes funding off the top for the Highway 101 project, which you toured yesterday. 60% of the funding from Measure A are going to local programs, 20% for the HOV lanes, interchanges, and other safety improvements, and 20% is going to active transportation, rail, and transit. So we like to invest in our alternative modes. We are leading an effort in our region to implement the implementation of broadband. Our broadband strategic plan will help our communities by serving the unserved and underserved areas of our county. Our goal is quality, affordable broadband for all. We are also the operator of an interregional transit system called the Clean Air Express, which provides commuter service from the north part of our county to the south coast in this area. We also are a partner, financial and otherwise, with Ventura County Transportation Commission in providing commuter service from Ventura up to Santa Barbara as well. So next slide. Central Coast Coalition is in 2010, Santa Barbara SBCAG partnered with the 5 MPOs and RTBAs in the region and formed the Central Coast Coalition. We have a lot in common with our geography and demographics, but we're also connected with the 101 Lifeline route for our region. Our collaboration includes our annual legislative advocacy trips and speaking as one voice on state and federal policies and programs. We are currently partnering with Caltrans on a 5-county business plan that was mentioned at the town hall that we had a few years back in our region. So this business plan is very similar to the Highway 99 business plan that was done a few years back in the San Joaquin Valley. Finally, the Central Coast Coalition is working on a 6-county Central Coast zero emission vehicle strategy to get charging facilities throughout the region. And we're partnering with Ventura and the Southern California Association of Governments on that one as well, because we felt that our region needed to be broader than just our initial 5 counties. So obviously we like working together because we keep doing it. In regards to the significance of Highway 101 multimodal corridor, I'd like to take a few minutes to give you an overview of our region's #1 priority, which is the Highway 101 multimodal corridor. This has been an exceptional example of great partnership that leads to great achievements for the public. So we can go to the next slide. SBCAG and this Caltrans have been partners in this corridor to help provide multimodal options to all users. We began this multimodal corridor plan in 2006, before it was even required, which after a community-driven process, we identified the lane and the train as the model for relieving congestion from Ventura to Santa Barbara. The lane being the closing of the gap on the 101 with HOV lanes, and the train being a peak hour train service between our two counties with destinations north and south. We're also working hard to provide exceptional interregional transit service, which I mentioned with Ventura County, and working on closing the gap on the California Coastal Trail to increase bicycling and walking. Not only do we feel we are the poster child for multimodal corridor for our region of our size, but we're also implementing programs and options that are meeting the goals of the Climate Action for Transportation Infrastructure, or the CAPTI. Finally, thanks to our state partners, including CalSDA, CTC, and Caltrans, your state investment in partnerships with our local investment of Measure A, STIP, and Regional Surface Transportation Program funds are making great progress in meeting the goals of our RTP and our multimodal corridor plan. Your commission made transformative investment in our corridor with Cycle 1 of SB1 competitive programs, with an award of $184 million from Solutions for Congested Corridors and the Freight Funding Program. It's remarkable how far we've come since your last meeting here in Santa Barbara in 2006. Next slide. Thanks to our partnership and innovation, we're using every tool in the toolbox. This includes innovative project delivery with the use of Construction Manager General Contractor Project Delivery Method, or CMGC. We talked about that a little bit on your tour. We recently closed on a Federal Transportation Infrastructure Innovation Act, also easily said as TIFIA. Easier for others, not me. Okay, there are one of the few MPOs in the region to take advantage of TIFIA due to the uniqueness of our corridor. To highlight the progress made, we identified 4 phases for the HOV portion. And thanks to the state and local funding, phases 1 through 3 are done. We've got those out of the way. Phase 4, however, still has yet to be done. We have 2 miles of HOV lanes open, which we just opened this past year using the SB1 funding that I mentioned earlier. And we have 5 miles under construction, which you experienced yesterday. And we also have several local coastal access and bike improvements under construction as well, thanks to SB1. While we've made great progress, we still have the 2.5 miles left to go in the Santa Barbara and Montecito areas to realize the full benefits of the HOV improvements. Those remaining 2.5 miles, in addition to the electric bus improvements, the zero emission vehicle infrastructure, and the bike and pedestrian improvements, will help us complete this critical corridor that is of national and statewide significance. So on the next slide, we have a quote from Secretary Polly Trottenberg, highlighting the significance of our corridor and the TIFIA funding that we recently awarded. That was just last week. We had to do it at the nick of time before the end of the federal fiscal year, and we were able to accomplish that. So with that, that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have, or I'll let you get on with your meeting and have a good day. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Do you have any questions from commissioners? Yes, Commissioner Liu.
Less of a question and more of an acknowledgement. Supervisor Williams, please. Can't even see you over there. We just have to disclose for everyone's benefit that Dawson's family of some sort. I'll leave it at his brother is his half brother is my nephew. You guys figure it out. Families are complicated.
It took us a while to figure it out, too.
Yeah. But it's been a long time since we've seen each other up until last night. And I have to tell you that when I applied for this position, I was looking at the calendar and thinking, oh, we get to go to Santa Barbara, March 2020. I got in touch with you. I'm like, I'm coming up to Santa Barbara. We can hang out. And so that never happened because of COVID. But I'm so glad that we're here now. And I'm so glad that you have to make the opening and welcoming remarks for us. And because of this strange family relationship, I think I have no conflict of interest in voting all the funds I can to you. So thank you, Dawson.
Thank you. And I just appreciate that you all came. We were wondering, is there going to be 2 commissioners or 3 commissioners, and to see you so well represented, we really appreciate it.
Thank you. I have to say, I drove here from Fresno. It took about 6 hours, but a gorgeous drive on the way. But just really quickly, and Mayor, this is for you. As an economic developer in this state, I get to talk to a lot of businesses, a lot of people. And as you may expect, I get some of those folks who say, oh, man, the state of California, I can't believe I'm going to move someplace else. Well, first of all, that really makes me mad. Second of all, my initial reaction is probably, well, go. What do I care? Go someplace else. But then I say, have you been to Santa Barbara? Have you seen our Central Coast? You cannot go anywhere in this entire country that's more beautiful. And I do have a little window right there. I can stare right there. There's no place more beautiful than what we have right here. So I hope you don't mind that I keep sending them your way to come look at your beaches. Yes? Okay, good. Thank you so much. We appreciate all of you. And yes, yesterday we had a wonderful tour, and we're so excited about the work that you're doing. So thank you all so much. With that, we will, one more thing.
Yeah, I just, it's really a pleasure to be here. And my father would commute from Thousand Oaks to Goleta every day. It's just quite a drive because of the housing issues, because of the goals for economic development. So I have been waiting a very long time to see a lot of the rail and the things that you're very focused on in terms of the multimodal corridors. I love that you are leaning in, and I love that you are focusing on housing. And I remember I went to a housing conference about a decade ago, and at that time the director of planning said that when he first came as a young planner, he had to live in someone's pool house for years because there isn't affordable housing. And I just want to thank you for your leadership to make sure that you are opening up this region to more and more people, that they don't have to just be a student to get affordable housing, that they can really build a life here. And so I think this is a really big statement about who you want to bring here, how broad you want to make the opportunities. And it's just a pleasure to be here and hear your vision for mobility and housing and economic development. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I'd like to say something.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair Eager, and thanks for the warm welcome from the mayor and the director, Kern, and Supervisor Williams. Much appreciated. I'm Commissioner Lugo. I made the trip up from Los Angeles this morning on Amtrak, and we kind of have some stuff going on down there right now that was on my mind as I was traveling up. And so something I wanted to bring into this space, and hopefully we have some good responses from our welcomers, is can you tell us a little bit about whose Indigenous land we are meeting on today, and what is the state of government-to-government relations between Chumash bands and Santa Barbara and other local governments?
Great question. We are a stone's throw from the ancestral site of Shuluk-Tun. So if you take a little walk down we're on East Beach right now, to West Beach, that's where the site of our ancestral village is, a Chumash village. Chumash, of course, is both two linguistic groups and an economic system. So we have the coastal band, which is non-federally recognized on the south side of the mountains, represented by 3 tribal councils. And we engage them. In fact, we had them engaged at our Board of Supervisors meeting on Tuesday. And then north of the mountains, we have the San Ynez Band of Chumash Indians that is federally recognized, and that the county has government-to-government relations and agreements with. But we are on Chumash land, and this week was Indigenous Peoples Day. So welcome here on Indigenous Peoples Day. And I especially love that question because for my family, I'm not Indigenous myself, but my wife is, Navajo Dene. And so every day is Indigenous Peoples Day for me and my daughters. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Lugo. I think Commissioner Falcone, you had.
Only just thank you for the warm welcome, Margie and Supervisor. It was nice to meet you and Sarkis and your team and the mayor. This is actually my first time being in Santa Barbara. So yeah, so I just want to say that it's very impressive. I was very appreciative early on, as this is kind of the year now that I've been on the commission, and you came to me very early and educated me about the 101 and the projects here. And I just want to say thank you for that. Very impressed that you all do the hard work to, work with each other and figure out what are the priorities so that it makes it a little bit easier for us to say yes. So I just want to say thank you for the welcome and appreciate again the early education. So thanks for the partnership.
Yes, Vice Chair.
Very briefly, Supervisor Williams, I've admired you since your days in the State House and your commitment to this region and local government. It's great to see you. My parents honeymooned here in Santa Barbara. And there's no plaque, so deal with that. It's great to see you all, and thanks for the warm welcome.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, thank you all so much. With that, we will move on to Douglas and the approval of the minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll actually take tabs 3 and 4 and vote on them together.
Okay.
Tab 3 is the approval of the minutes for the August 17th, 18th, 2022 meeting. Please note there's a small change on the change list. My apologies to Sophia for misspelling her name. And tab 4 is the meetings for compensation. Staff recommends your approval.
Second.
Do we have any public comments?
Who made the motion?
Yes, Davis and Norton.
Thank you.
We have no public comment at this time.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Now we will move on to Executive Director Mitch Weiss.
Well, I'd like to start off by adding my voice to the chorus of those, thanking you for the welcome to the region and for the much appreciated tour yesterday. It was really nice to see both the things that were complete that we helped participate in, the things that are in progress that we helped fund, and then also some areas where there's a clear need for more work. So it was very well put together. Thank you for that. And as been said before, happy to be here after having postponed this a number of times. And hopefully it's not, a decade and a half before we meet here again. So thank you very much. As most of you know, we had an emergency commission meeting on Monday, October 3rd to allocate $6 million to address suspended intercity rail service resulting from the destabilization of the rail tracks in San Clemente. I'd like to thank everybody who helped work on this, commissioners, staff, Caltrans, Orange County Transportation Authority. There was really remarkable collaboration that allowed us to meet so expeditiously in order to allocate these emergency funds and move towards restoring rail service as quickly as possible. Moving forward, I want to reiterate my commitment to finding a way for us to be able to fund emergency repairs for publicly owned rail facilities upon which a state-supported intercity rail line operates, really without the need for us to convene emergency meetings. We need to make sure that we handle these type of emergencies with the same flexibility as we do highway emergencies, given the potential impact to intercity rail, passenger rail, along with commuter rail, freight movement, and even as we heard at that meeting, national security. Commissioners, I want to make you aware that on September 13th, the governor issued Executive Order N1622, which, among other provisions, requires state agencies to update their strategic planning to more effectively advance equity. We at the Commission are in an excellent position to meet this directive, given the work that we've been doing through our equity initiatives over the last couple of years. We have several updates and action items on the agenda today related to equity, including our Equity Advisory Committee membership, equity listening sessions, Justice 40, and Caltrans's development of an equity index. I also want to acknowledge that Caltrans was recognized by the State Smart Transportation Initiative for the work that's being done in California, and they scored among the highest of the states on their measurement of states' progress towards meeting equity goals. While we still have much work to do, California continues to lead the nation, both on equity and climate and transportation. And in terms of our climate efforts, we have an update today from CalSTA on progress implementing the Climate Action Plan for Transportation Infrastructure. As we discussed at our last few meetings, and is clear from today's report, the Commission has successfully implemented all near-term strategies in our programs. This is quite an accomplishment for our team, who moved swiftly to make it happen, despite what some critics suggested last fall about our commitment to implementing these new policies. We're also making a lot of progress on the SB 671 Clean Freight Corridor Efficiency Assessment. I'd like to recognize Hannah Walter and her team, Sherry Zamora, Ken Lopez, and Bruce Gutera, for their work, including holding a very successful in-person SB 671 work group meeting on September 27th. There were a lot of great ideas that were discussed during the brainstorming sessions on hydrogen and electricity production and distribution, opportunities for grant funding, and the total cost of ownership of zero-emission trucks. Thanks to all of you who participated. We're considering all of the comments and information as we develop the assessment. Staff also continues to focus on ways to improve the safety of our transportation system. Lori Waters and I recently attended a kickoff interagency meeting that CalSTA held related to active transportation, bicycling, and pedestrian safety programs. This group is going to inventory California's current actions and investments in this area to help identify gaps and needs for future actions and investment. This work is critically important to address the unacceptable levels of bicycle and pedestrian injuries and fatalities. One of the things that Secretary Omashakin challenged the various departments and boards on was identifying in the state what are the areas that are most dangerous for bicyclists and pedestrians, and what are we going to do about those? What are the 100 most dangerous areas? And so we're working with our partners to see how we can work on that.
I think we saw one yesterday under that bridge, right? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, that was not a place I'd like to be biking. So, we also need to continue our focus on the safety of our road and highway workers. I'm saddened to report another incident since our last meeting. On September 7th, Roseanne Mary Guzman of Wheatland, a subcontractor for Construction Sign Incorporated, working on Interstate 5, was setting up cones when she was struck and killed by a minivan that swerved into the work zone. Another worker was injured in this incident. My deepest condolences go out to Ms. Guzman's family. Commissioners, staff continue to look at how we can help agencies be successful in leveraging federal funds from the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. We've taken a look at how our program deadlines line up with upcoming federal notices of funding opportunities. Unfortunately, the federal government doesn't put out a schedule more than a few months in advance for when those opportunities were going to be available, and that makes it a little challenging for us to align our program deadlines. But we continue to work with our federal and local partners to make available the best information that we have. We also continue engaging in the CalSTA convening work groups, which have a focus on helping California agencies be successful at the federal level. Additionally, on this meeting's agenda, we're requesting the Commission delegate to staff the authority to provide support letters for projects that apply for federal discretionary grants that meet state goals. This gives the Commission needed flexibility to provide valuable support in a timely manner. And also on our agenda, we'll be requesting action to approve eligibility for the SB1 Local Streets and Roads program. We deemed most jurisdictions eligible for these formulaic funds at our last meeting. And with today's action, we will have 100% eligibility this cycle for the 4th year in a row. This success is thanks to tremendous work done by Alicia Sequeira and her team, Celeste Aceves and Leanne Badian, who do extensive outreach to all of California's cities and counties to make sure each one can successfully access these funds. I have a few other updates to share. First, we recently settled the Lee CEQA lawsuit on terms consistent with commission direction. Looking ahead, we have our joint meeting, the Air Resources Board and the Department of Housing and Community Development on November 3rd in Riverside, with virtual participation available as an option. On October 21st, we're scheduled to release our staff recommendations for Cycle 6 of the Active Transportation Program, but I'm told by my team that we're going to do it in advance of that date. So that's really great news. We're bringing these recommendations to our December meeting, and I'd really like to recognize the hard work by Lori Waters and her team, Beverly Newman Burkhart and Alika Changizi, for their outstanding efforts overseeing the evaluation process and ensuring that we're selecting the best projects in a fair and transparent manner. We did that with almost 450 projects in a much more thorough way than we had ever done before. So each cycle they keep doing a better and better job. Tomorrow at 1:30, we'll be having a workshop to develop guidelines for the new local transportation infrastructure climate adaptation program authorized in the state budget. That workshop will be held here in the pavilion and be accessible via webinar. And I have a few staffing updates. Zilan Chen, our Deputy Director for Administration and Financial Management, retired on September 30th. Zilan began her career in state service in 1993 and started with the commission in 2018. She led a number of improvements in our administrative processes during her tenure, which were much needed. But now she's looking forward to traveling more with her husband and her dog, and we wish her the best. I'm pleased to announce that Doug Remedios has been appointed in an acting capacity to backfill Zilan's position while we look to fill that position permanently. I'm also pleased to welcome Lashara Ward as our new Associate Deputy Director overseeing the local partnership program on the SB1 programming team. Lashara joins the commission after spending 14 years with Caltrans in various roles, including managing the North Coast Railroad assessment on behalf of CalStat. Rebecca Light, who joined the commission's planning team in December 2021 on rotation from Caltrans, has been hired to manage our new local transportation infrastructure climate adaptation program that I just mentioned. Prior to coming to us, Rebecca served for 6 years with Caltrans and the San Joaquin Council of Governments. And Bridget Driller has taken on a new role in the planning team as Associate Deputy Director for Transportation Planning. In this new position, she'll be responsible for leading all plan review, policy development, and interagency coordination that the team conducts related to transportation planning. Bridget has served as the Commission's Assistant Deputy Director for Transportation Planning since June 2019 and recently completed an acting assignment as the Local Partnership Program Manager. We also had 27 staff take the Clean Air Pledge on October 5th. They chose a number of different activities to do their part. I think we have some pictures to show. There we go. We've got Sequoia riding a bike, Cherry installing some solar panels, and maybe John switching out his air filter. I'm sure he did it, but maybe we don't have a picture of it.
There we go.
There we go. There we go.
It was fun.
Oh, thanks. Finally, I want to end my remarks in honor of former Commissioner Bobby Alvarado. I had the pleasure of working with Bobby for more than a decade and a half here at the commission. I can say he always had the best interests of the people of California in mind. He was able to bring people together to solve problems. He wasn't shy about being tough when he needed to, about standing up for what he felt was right. He's always very supportive of staff and always available to us to share his wisdom and advice. We'll miss him greatly. Thank you. That concludes my report.
I want to thank staff for all you did on the Clean Air Pledge, and I want to apologize to Dr. Joseph Liu. I thought it was the hot air pledge, and I
No.
really
Clean air
exceeded
pledge.
my expectations.
You won.
I did.
Yeah.
Once
What did you do for hot air?
I just talked.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want to thank staff for doing the clean air pledge. It was, it's really nice. I didn't force anyone to do it. It's for your information, but Coalition for Clean Air came up with this 5 years ago, and it's just getting bigger and better every year. Amazing participation from Caltrans staff too, every year, year in and year out. So thank all of you guys for that. Mitch, I do have a question real quick, Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, please.
When we go to Riverside to meet with the Air Resources Board and the housing folks, they have a new Southern California headquarters. Are we going to get to tour that facility?
I believe we are.
Okay,
Somewhat confirming.
The meeting will be in that facility.
okay, yeah.
Well, there you go.
So we'll at least know where the meeting room is and the rest of it.
If we get an opportunity to actually tour it, they got some pretty cool technology.
Great.
If I can help you on that tour, I will.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments for Director Weiss? And I will entertain a motion to accept his report.
So move, Martina.
The question were.
Is that second, Davis? Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Motion carries. We will move on to Commissioner report. And to begin with, the commission would like to honor our longtime friend, Ed Griffith. Ed worked for Caltrans since 1988. He's partnered with the CTC since 2012. Many of you participating today are participating through a live feed. Ed is the glue that makes our commission meetings available to more of our stakeholders. And for that, we offer our commendation and thanks. In 2020, we all know what happened then. In the midst of COVID pandemic, Ed worked with our team to shift our meetings to be fully virtual, consistently upgrading those abilities, and now helping to coordinate the shift to hybrid environment that we have in today's meeting. Ed's been invaluable resource to the commission through these trying times. I met all of these folks during those COVID years, thanks to Ed. As a COVID commissioner, Commissioner Falcone, right? That's how we met, all of our fellow commissioners here. With the help of Director Tavares, we're pleased to present Ed with the Sustained Superior Accomplishment Award for his more than a decade of work with the commission, most significantly through the pandemic, to bring and keep our meetings transparent, interactive, and open to the public, a feat some were unable to achieve in the first months of this pandemic. For that, we thank you, Ed.
Yes, we do.
So thank you all. Do we have any other commissioners that would like to make a statement? Yes.
I do. On Coalition for Clean Air, the Clean Air Action Day, I just want to say we commissioners in our both commission role and in our day job also participated, and I was really pleased to have FastLink DTLA be one of the 500 plus organizations that partnered with you, and we spent the day on the tour of the Crenshaw line for Metro, but it was really providing clean air access for a community that's been waiting for that system for 30 years and more. So thank you very much for your advocacy to make that such a special day.
Yes, Commissioner Davis.
I just wanted to piggyback on the comments talking about how great this staff is. We sit up here and take accolades and thanks from our elected officials and partners with agencies, but the fact of the matter is that the staff does the work to help us make the decisions that end up needing to be made, prioritize these projects based on how they're rated. It's a small group that does an amazing amount of work. I mean, look how good they make Mitch look. I mean,
That takes a lot of work.
So, it really is a great group of folks. And secondly, I appreciate Mitch's comments on the fatality. That was one of 2 members of my union that were killed in the last 30 days on these job sites. Other on Highway 50, working for a Nevada contractor that was working up on the California side up in Lake Tahoe. I appreciate the fact that Caltrans is making this a priority. We talked about Caltrans fatalities for their family. Any fatalities, one too many. The contractor fatalities generally always members of a union here in California, and most of the time it's workers for the workforce is doing traffic control, and that's right in the strike zone of the jurisdiction of my union. And so almost always when you hear about a fatality for a worker that's doing traffic control, it's going to be somebody from the laborers primarily, unfortunately. So hopefully we can start to figure a way to put more money into the traffic control part of these bids on these road work projects for some very active barrier systems that they use in other parts of the country, other parts of the world for sure. It's a little more expensive, but you know, how much is a life worth? And we need to start thinking about those things. So
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, so Commissioner Grisby, I think you have a statement on behalf of all of us.
I'm going to get to that, but also
Okay.
I'm going to say a couple things.
Sure.
So like many, I was deeply saddened by the racist comments made by a handful of misguided politicians in Los Angeles. I believe all of them should resign immediately so that our communities can continue the healing process. California has a long history of racial terrorism against people of color. I grew up under the yoke of the anti-Black and anti-Brown policies of the 1990s, the violence of Propositions 187 and 209. As a gay man, I had to live through the multiple efforts to erode my civil liberties, such as through Propositions 8 and 22. These are all efforts to cut people out of the opportunities that our state provides. My mother lived through the run-up and aftermath of the Watts riots. My grandmother made $5 a day because of racial segregation and a lack of worker protections. As Black women, they both had to deal with overreach and racism from the police. I mention these instances to remind us of the material and psychological trauma that can be caused by policymakers. However, there's also great hope in our state. My mom raised my brother and I on less than $10,000 a year. But through hard work and a supportive public policy, I got into the best universities in the state for undergrad and was able to attend Harvard for graduate school and give back to my state. Upward mobility for all of California should remain our objective, and that is the best achieved through inclusive multiracial coalitions that seek to enact pragmatic policy solutions. That is why the actions of those politicians from Los Angeles are so hurtful. They know the struggle, but they took their eyes off the prize. However, both CalSTA and this commission have done great work to address the burdens created by our transportation system while expanding the opportunities provided by it. Though more work is necessary, I think this is a worthy time to recommit ourselves to this work. Later in this meeting, I will make a motion to have staff write a statement that will help us move past this painful moment and regroup for the work yet to be done. Thanks.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your heartfelt words, and thank you for speaking out today. Commissioner Martinez?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Grisby, for your comments on the incidents of Los Angeles. And I will talk later when we talk about equity on that issue. But I wanted to talk really quickly about a couple of things. One, give kudos to Clean Air, and the amazing work of that specific day and the amount of organizations that you all have been able to get on board. And for those as individuals that may not belong to organizations, as whether we're commissioners or not, or just regular people are signing up. And that's what's amazing. People are paying attention here in California, in particular younger people. You know, as I look at ourselves in this room, many of us have been here for quite some time, and we've experienced a lot of the environmental impacts but more so today, this generation will not be able to see the great pleasures that we were able to see as children. And that's a disservice, but it's organizations like Mr. Luz that is pushing an agenda to help bring education and awareness so that we can do more. Because at the end of the day, government is not the hero. Government is not going to solve climate. It's going to be us in our neighborhoods, in our communities. Community is the answer. And so when we're able to give agency back to people, they will make the difference. So thank you, Mr. Liu, for giving agency back to young people and to all people here in California to take responsibility, to do a better job, to ensure that our environment moves forward for the next generation. I participated. I actually took a walk to the bank to deposit those checks that I get from the CTC that I can't deposit on my phone. But it was great. I took that opportunity and then I ran back home. So it was 3.1 miles one way and back. And so I enjoyed that. And so it was fun. Typically I'm riding my bike, but this time I decided to actually walk to participate. But with that being said, I also wanted to talk about something that myself and Commissioner Norton attended in the San Gabriel Valley with the San Gabriel Valley COG in the city of in Almonte, where they have the first program of over 800 bikes of electrical bikes that they will be able to rent to that entire region for literally $2.29. They actually get to keep that bike if they want to for an entire month. That's incredible, but that would not have been able to be done or accomplished if it wasn't for the leadership of the prior, I was not on the commission, on the California Transportation Commission that push programs like that and supported those grant programs, but the leadership in that region as well, and the organizations. And I made that statement there that sometimes it's organizations and regular ordinary people that have to push government to do the right thing. And sometimes we don't want to hear that, but that's the honest truth. And I want to thank those organizations in the San Gabriel Valley that have continued to push for safe, reliable infrastructure, for active transportation, for walking, and obviously biking in a safe manner in the San Gabriel Valley. It's commendable of the work that they're doing on the San Gabriel Valley, I think Active, they're called. They used to be called something else, but they do amazing work. And I just wanted to give them kudos for the tremendous work that they've been doing over the years and really pushing cities to apply for active transportation grants in those communities. And then finally, I had a recent conversation with, I was going to call you Commissioner Weiss, Executive Director Weiss. In particular, I had a conversation with Congresswoman Grace Napolitano about Highway 39, SR 39, and I asked last month when we were in South Tahoe if we could just get some information. I was trying to coordinate a meeting with Director Tavares from Caltrans so that they can meet to talk about that. But if very quickly, Commissioner, why am I wanting to call you Commissioner? Executive Director Weiss, if we can, provide, I know Commissioner Liu has asked as well about Highway 39. It's been about 43 years that highway has been closed. I think at a certain point it was open, but it was only open for a few months, I think it is, but it's been closed for almost 43 years. And so the Congresswoman contacted me wanting to engage in that conversation. And so I know there are a couple options that Caltrans has presented. And so I would love to connect the Congresswoman. She knows that I was going to be providing an update today, and she's very grateful for this commission and for having ongoing dialogue to see what we can do to open that specific SR 39. Mr. Weiss?
Commissioner Martinez, we will definitely work to set something up. Tim Sobelman on our team already sent some information, so I think I forwarded that to you last night, which is some high level about where Caltrans is, but we will work to set up something either with us and of course, commissioners who are interested, and the Congresswoman, and hopefully Caltrans also.
Great. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Gordon?
Yes. I also wanted to resonate with the event that we went to in the San Gabriel Valley. And what was so important about the 800 EV bikes is that this is the largest EV bike lending program, especially for low income in the nation. And that's something that the CTC funded. And I'm very proud that our ATP program, I think, is also going to have another 100% year of serving disadvantaged communities. And what was really moving, and I'm going to break down myself, is that the executive director of Active SGV burst into tears when he was talking about how much this is going to mean to people who could finally get access to bikes that are $1,000 to $10,000, and they get to rent them for $59 a month. And I really wanted to just say how much, when we talk about funding projects, we're also supporting people, and to be there and really interacting with the people whose lives are absolutely going to be changed by this program was really, really moving. And I wanted to say to Darnell, to thank you for being so transparent about your life experience and how much you are a product of an important life experience. And being from Los Angeles myself, and being part of this experience of many of our friends, and in my case, of my former boss, being one of the people who was on the recordings, it is so sad. Because not only were people of color insulted, but also gay people, people who are adopted. And, you know, the fact is that we at CTC take very seriously that mobility and equity move our democracy, that we actually meet on the street corners. We meet in transportation. We come together outside of our homes. We don't want to just travel in our bubbles in single occupant vehicles. We are here and going to be talking about our equity programs because we are going to survive this recession together. We are going to move our democracy together. And when we hear people that we know and people that we respect speaking this way, that is so insulting, and it insults all of our families who are mixed race, all of our families who work so hard to uplift each other, because we are not a monolithic society, not any one of California's communities. It is heartbreaking. And I just wanted to thank you, Darnell, for being so transparent about your life and about your shock and disappointment and all of our heartbreak. We take this very, very seriously, and we know that the work we do today, every project we fund is actually moving our democracy and a place where we're all going to get to meet and uplift each other. And I look forward to supporting your statement later, but just wanted to make sure that it's hard to put into words the shock we're still experiencing in Los Angeles and throughout the state, and frankly throughout the nation, at where we need to go and how much more work we need to do, but we have to start now. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Gordon. Yes.
Just wanted to thank you, Commissioner, for your comments, and you're a great leader, and I really appreciate your efforts to make our state more equal, make our communities better, and you've always been there, so I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments from commissioners? I will entertain a motion to accept our commissioner reports.
Madam Chair, that's not necessary.
I have it as an action item.
We don't have to take it.
Thank
You
you.
just can't take it. It's not enough.
Okay.
Put it there. That's okay.
Okay. Thank you. Whew. So with that, we will move on to Secretary Omashakin. I believe we have him virtually.
Chair Eager, hopefully everybody can see me and hear me as well. I am in San Diego. I just arrived back in the state from a brief trip to Washington DC. Thumbs up if you can hear me. I can see you from a distance there. Can everybody? Okay, perfect. Good. Thanks for the opportunity to share a little bit of what's been going on from a very high level in transportation in California. Thank you, Chair Eager, Vice Chair Gardino, members of the staff, transportation stakeholders across the state. Appreciate everything that you've been doing since the last time the CTC had a meeting. It's been a very busy summer, but a productive summer, I may say, because a lot of work is getting done. And so thank you for all of your efforts. I wish I could be there in Santa Barbara. I know it's a beautiful place. I've been there once. Thank you to the mayor and to Director Kern as well for hosting the team, hosting everybody at the CTC today. So part of that busyness this summer was the fact that California and Los Angeles specifically hosted the ITS World Congress 2022. One of the biggest conferences yet, first conference that's been hosted coming out of in person, coming out of COVID. But the conference was a good reminder about how important innovation and technology is in the work that we're doing. I think very often we get roped into believing the tools that we have to use to improve transportation have to be around building additional space, building additional capacity on our highway system to solve our congestion challenges. But the conference over the couple of days that I was there was inspiring because, again, it was a good reminder that there are more ways to improve our transportation system in California beyond always having to build new things, but using innovation and technology can make a huge difference. Next slide. So we are in a period of historic alignment with, I think, as many of you know, we've talked about this extensively with the Biden-Harris administration. But that alignment just is not with us at the state and the federal government. It's also with our local government partners and regional partners as well, and even as well many of our NGO stakeholders and partners. And part of how we've been working in unison to address that alignment has been through CAPTAI. As many of you know, it's only been roughly 15 months since CAPTAI was we adopted CAPTAI as a state. But since then, a lot of work has been getting done. Despite the work that's been getting done, we still face the trouble, the challenges that come with climate, but with climate challenges in our state. We're having flex alerts, record temperatures in the 120s in some parts of California this summer. We're going to be seeing, hopefully, not too bad a wildfire season that's coming up. So we're still seeing many challenges from the climate front in the state, but CAPTAI, I believe, will continue to help us move this issue forward. And I'm thankful for all of you, your efforts and your work to help implement CAPTAI as well. There were 34 action items that were recommended in CAPTAI. To date, 88%, I repeat, 88% of those items that were identified that either have been completed or have seen significant progress. Roughly a third of those have been completed already. And again, I'm thankful to many of you, the CTC staff and commissioners, for your work on this. A couple of the how we've achieved some of those action items have been efforts like on TSET and the solutions for congested corridors. updating the guidelines for those two SB1 programs to reflect more the direction that CAPTI wants to send our transportation system is one of the things that the CTC and staff have done. So I'm thankful to all of you for your work to continue to lean the state's transportation system towards CAPTI. Also want to thank our local partners, our regional partners, and our other stakeholders, NGO partners, for their work and their support as well. We've had rural counties, rural cities also heavily involved and making sure their voice is represented in efforts around CAPTI. So thankful to everybody who's been working hard to implement this document. And in particular as well, Darwin Wasabi, our Deputy Secretary for Housing and Transportation, who's been spearheading and leading a lot of the efforts on CAPTI from CalSTAT. Also want to briefly mention the Equity Advisory Committee that Caltrans and the CTC work together to identify stakeholders from across the state. We have finalized that list. You will hear a little bit more about it in this particular meeting. Thankful to everybody that put their name in the hat and volunteered to be a part of the committee. And also congratulations and thank you again to those who were selected and who are going to serve on the Equity Advisory Committee. On this particular note, two other quick things from the equity front. As was mentioned before, Governor Newsom continues to double down on issues related to equity, as he has the theme for our state being a California for all. He's released a memo and an executive order asking all agencies and departments to come up with action plans to continue to address challenges.
Did we lose him?
You hear me again? Sounds like you probably.
Yes, thank you.
I was talking there. Hopefully you heard that I was saying there about CAPTI, and I was closing.
Yes.
For the advisory committee. But I just want to again thank the commissioners who voiced their opinion on the challenges that we've seen from the LA area. Those personal comments and personal thoughts about the challenge when it comes to equity. It's clear that we continue to highlight and prioritize this issue. About it, we actually have to live this issue. It has to be how we live daily lives and conduct ourselves in our professional work environment. So again, thank you for those comments. Next slide. Next slide, if you can. So economic prosperity is also the core priority areas that we continue to highlight and address. The economic vitality of businesses and people in our state will continue to need to be a priority for us in the transportation space to ensure that all of our work as we do it, that it's providing opportunities for businesses and for people regardless of where they live, play, or where they work. Less than around the supply chain challenge that we were having in Southern California. About a year ago, we had more than 100 ships that were docked at the San Pedro Bay in Southern California. Today, we have less than 10 ships there. I believe a lot of the efforts to alleviate the challenge there has been due to some of your efforts at the commission and many of our partners across the state. To address it, Governor Newsom has stepped up big time on the issue of the ports in our state. Part of the budget that he brought forward was a $1.2 billion port and freight infrastructure program. To date, we've had more than 3 listening sessions. We have 3 listening sessions and 2 workshops with stakeholders across the state. And as of today, if you go to the CalSTA webpage, you will see the latest guidelines, and you will also see a call for projects for this $1.2 billion. You will see that it's now available. And so thankful for everybody's work and efforts to get the Port and Infrastructure Freight Program officially launched. Some of the projects that will be eligible under the program will be port-specific high priority projects, intermodal rail yard expansions, goods movement and railway capacity projects, high priority grade separation projects, and zero emission goods movement demonstration projects. Again, we believe we can do this work at ports throughout the state without having negative environmental impacts to neighborhoods and communities that surround the ports. We can increase capacity and improve efficiency at these ports across our state. So thankful again to everybody that was involved in this. By the way, we received from those workshops and those listening sessions, we received comments from commissioners and stakeholders, several of which we implemented. One of the comments that we received from stakeholders was the fact that the timeline that we had was possibly going to conflict with the rollout of TCEP and CRISI, which is an FRA grant program. And they said, let's adjust and change the date on that a little bit. And we were able to do that. So the projects are not due back to CalSTA January 13th of 2023, no longer conflicting with the timeline around TCEP and CRISI. So we listened and we took action on the comments that we received from you commissioners and stakeholders across the state. Next slide. So as was mentioned already, part of on our core 4, part of what will always remain front and center is safety. It's unfortunate that we have again lost people who were working on transportation projects in our state. We have to continue to do our best to see how work zones can be safer for people who are doing work in service to us to have better mobility in California. But vulnerable users, as many of you know, vulnerable users have also seen a spike in serious injuries and fatalities in our state. And CalSTA, we recently convened a discussion with, in coordination with OTS, the Office of Traffic Safety Director, Barbara Rooney. We all spent almost an entire day together going through how we can improve conditions for vulnerable users in California. And there were staff from CTC, CHP, Caltrans, and DMV there who presented very important information that I believe is going to help us in the coming months and years. This discussion helped us realize how much more coordination, again, that we need to do between all the entities that are working on safety in California. So it was a very productive meeting. And as Director Weiss mentioned, I challenged the team there to identify the top 100 locations possibly in our state for people who are vulnerable users walking, biking, or trying to get access to transit in the state. How can we improve those intersections, those locations? And second and final on safety, the California Strategic Highway Safety Plan. We're in the midst of a fall regional workshop series that has had over 700 professionals participating across California. That's very impressive that many people have tuned in. I think people realize how urgent the issues around safety are for our state. Again, thankful to many people who are participating in this effort. They've been virtual workshops, but they focused on safety trends and best practices of saving lives on our roadways. And of course, continuing to hone in on the safe system approach that we've adopted in California and how we can use it to create the safety culture that we really, really want to develop in our state. Next slide. When it comes to investments, I think all of us are well aware of just how much is happening in this space today, from the federal level with IJA, and from the state level with the recent budgets that have passed in California. Thankful to Governor Newsom's leadership and the state legislature stepping up and passing those budgets. Nearly $47 billion roughly in state money. And over the next 5 years, we're going to get more than $30 billion in formula money from IJA as well. To date, California has received $8.25 billion from IJA and several billion dollars more in disclosure. For more specific numbers, we've got a really good website. If you haven't had a chance to look at the website yet, it's called rebuildingca.ca.gov. When you get a chance, please go to that website, or you can just do a search, use a search engine and look for Rebuilding CA. It should come up and it will show you a breakdown of the money that we've received in California, formula money and discretionary money. I believe we will continue to be the most competitive state when it comes to landing those discretionary dollars from the federal government, from the US DOT in our state. To date, we've invested more than $1.3 billion in IJA funding in our state on 300 transportation projects, which has created or helped sustain more than 17,000 jobs in our state. Since our last meeting, we've received $121 million in raised grants funds in the state. And one of those raised grant funds went to the Port of Los Angeles. Director Tavares and I were at the Port of Los Angeles visiting with the FRA administrator, Amit Bose, right after the award, that $20 million award was announced for the Terminal Island system project. So thankful to the FRA for those grant funds, and Secretary Buttigieg, and also Governor Newsom, who wrote a letter of support for that particular project to our partners at the federal level. Finally, as far as investments go, I think many of you heard the approval of our NEVI deployment plan. This is the National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure plan that each state was required to put together. I think we are receiving one of the states that's receiving the top funds in the country. I think Texas may be close to us in this, but we're getting $56 million in this first year, and the funds will go up every year after that to implement electric vehicle infrastructure in the state. Excited about this money, but I'll be honest, it pales in comparison to what Governor Newsom and the state legislature has put towards electric vehicle infrastructure, or I should say zero emission vehicle infrastructure in our state. And one more note on investments. I think many of you also know the Inflation Reduction Act passed that set aside $12 billion as well for transportation. $3.2 billion out of that $12 billion for the Neighborhood Access and Equity Grants Program, which has a similar, so far, it seems like it has a very similar connection to the Highways to Boulevard program and the Reconnecting Communities program. Many of us are excited about in California. Next slide. I want to end on legislation. This was probably one of the busiest. I've only been working for state government in California for 3 years, but it's been the busiest for sure since I've been here, and probably one of the busiest in recent memory. Governor Newsom signed nearly 1,000 bills. I think the actual number was 997 bills into law in our state, and several of them, to his leadership and several members of the legislature, several of them were related to some of the items that we've prioritized, issues that we've prioritized in our state, and that we hold very dear. One of them is SB 1121 from Senator Gonzalez that is requiring Caltrans and the CTC and CalSTA to work together on transportation needs assessments moving forward, working with local and other state partners over the next 10 years. Also, Assemblymember helped author AB 2147, also known as the Freedom to Walk Act, which decriminalizes walking at intersections or mid-blocks. Formerly, I think most people used to use the term jaywalking, but moving away from that term and making sure that it is okay, as long as it's safe, the pedestrian is in a safe place to cross, whether it be mid-block or at an intersection. That is no longer something that a peace officer will be able to stop a pedestrian for in our state as a violation. Finally, AB 2097 Friedman, which prohibits imposing minimum parking standards on residential, commercial, or transit locations in our state. We all know that those parking standards sometimes induce people to feel like they have to drive to locations more, or developers also encouraging that people drive to locations. But this bill eliminates those parking requirements, and we believe it will continue to encourage multimodal transportation in our state and potentially reduce VMT and GHG. So with that, commissioners, again, thank you for the opportunity to briefly present at a very high level some of the things that have happened in the state since we last met. Thankful for all of you and your efforts, all of your work on the commission, and staff as well, and stakeholders that are present today. With that, I would love to take any questions if anybody has any before I will continue on the agenda.
Thank you so much, Secretary Omashakin. And thank you for taking the time out today. I know you've been traveling back and forth across the country. So I did want to say a special thank you to you for always putting the people of the state of California first, not just the transportation issues, but really looking at how does that affect the people that we deal with. So is AB, or yeah, I think it was AB 2147. Is it already in effect? Because we all walked across the street today, right in the middle of the road. So I just want to ask, was it legal?
January 1.
Yeah.
Nothing. January 1 video evidence. But there's a January 1, but there's a light at other intersection, so I think we're okay.
We're good? We're all good?
Yes.
Okay, well, I just called everybody out for doing it. Sorry about that. Does anyone have any questions or comments for the secretary? Yes, Commissioner Falcone.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and we appreciate all the work that you're doing in DC. Want to thank you and your excellent team at Caltrans, particularly District 11, on a successful groundbreaking of the Otay East Port of Entry. It was great to see you and Director Tavares to support that huge monumental step towards finally realizing that port of entry. So thank you. We hope as this important infrastructure is put down that we also ensure that we have the EV charging infrastructure laid down as well. As you know, the freight community has to, transition to zero emission vehicles very soon. And we need to ensure that we have the infrastructure to do that. So we appreciate your support in that, and look forward to later hearing from CTC staff on the collective efforts and in identifying those really high priority corridors where we need to lay the ZEV charging to prepare the state and particularly our trucking community for that. Also, again, I want to express, it seems like I keep doing this every hearing, and it's heartbreaking that I have to express condolences for another yet loss of life of our workers and contractors, and my condolences to our brother and Commissioner Rocco Davis for the loss of his worker. Having a death in our transportation infrastructure and our projects and our assets, it's heartbreaking. And somehow we got to do better, and it's difficult work, but if there are things that we can do to support, whether it be policies or investments to prevent these deaths, we're all ears. Later, we're going to be hearing about, how we can protect the integrity of the Coronado Bridge, yet another very important asset in our region, but also in the state, and our military presence in Coronado. And unfortunately, as much as that is an important corridor, is also a location of many deaths by folks that are considering suicide or have succeeded in ending their lives there. And it's sad that we have to, that our infrastructure is used for that purpose. And if there's anything that we can do, and I know that we're exploring ways of preventing those deaths on the Coronado Bridge and other assets throughout the state. I just want to kind of call attention to that, and if we can work a little bit harder in trying to protect lives on our highways and our transportation infrastructure. So thank you.
Yeah, Commissioner Falcone, thank you for those comments. If I could just briefly respond, I know we're probably a little behind on time, but I'll try to be very brief. On your initial comment about Otay Mesa East and charging infrastructure, I believe this particular border crossing is probably going to be one of the most advanced, as you know, from a technology standpoint, not only in California, but potentially the rest of the country as well, as far as between Mexico and our country. So I will be asking the team. I'm here actually in your district. I'm in District 11. I'm thankful for Director Tavares and his team for letting me use their office here as I just landed in the state. But I'll be talking to them to see, how they are addressing this particular issue, how they're addressing making sure that charging infrastructure is built in as a part of that border crossing in some components of it. As far as safety goes, again, very unfortunate, but I want us to, to talk less about these issues and give fewer and fewer condolences to families, and figure out a way to really put things in place that tackles and prevents these incidents and these crashes from happening. Director Tavares informed me that he's asked for an all hands meeting with CHP and with OTS and other partners, the construction industry. So I look forward to hearing from him at some point what some of those actions are going to be that we're going to put in place, especially at work zones, to prevent Commissioner Davis from, again, losing some of his fellow and our family workers. And finally, on Coronado Bridge, I believe many of you know that it's the second leading, if you will, bridge for fatalities in the country. I think the Golden Gate Bridge is #1. And unfortunately, Coronado is not too far away from where I'm sitting here, is #2. We're working on an effort to put a wired fence up, gone through the environmental process, and I believe that hopefully in the next few years, we can get that gate, that wired mesh, we can get it up on the bridge to prevent people from continuing to use it for this unfortunate reason. So Commissioner Falcone, thank you again for those comments. Thank you for your leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. And I don't want to skip over that there are a lot of positive things happening, with all the collective work that we're all doing. It's just, very sobering that we have some of these things that happen that, really shines a light on all the work that we still have to do. So thank you again for your update, and appreciate your staff and the partnership that CTC staff has with you all. So with all the positive things, there are good things happening, and we appreciate that. So thank you for your time.
Very much so. Very much so. Thank you, Commissioner.
Do we have any other commissioners that have questions or comments? All right, Secretary, I think you're off the hook. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Chair Eager. Thank you.
So we will move on to tab 8 and Director Tavares. There he is. Are you sitting right next to Secretary? Did you just switch cameras?
I wish I could say I was, but we are both in San Diego, and I'm remiss that I cannot be in Santa Barbara with all of you this afternoon, but I am very appreciative that I have the opportunity to speak to you virtually, at least, and realizing very quickly that I don't have a lot of control over my schedule anymore, and where they tell me to go, that's where I go. But again, it's always good to be here, good to be able to share our Caltrans report, and I really appreciate this opportunity. Before I get going, I did want to also commend and thank the commission, our friends at Orange County Transportation Authority, and my Caltrans team for the urgency, understanding the urgency of the situation with the Lausanne rail line, and moving quickly to hold an emergency commission meeting and to address the issue very quickly. So thank you from Caltrans to the commission. Thank you very much. Wanted to just also mention a few highlights here. A little bit about the August redistribution and obligation authority. Starting off by sharing some very positive news regarding that authority. I'll be brief because I know that Keith Duncan from my team will be going into more details later, but essentially California received over $680 million this year for this August redistribution. And previous year, we received a little over 400 million, so more than 280 million than previous year. I think the next closest state was Texas, and they were still 200 million behind California. So this is additional funding that will help not only state projects, but local projects, more importantly, to invest in improving in the transportation system throughout California. And so excited about that. So next slide. I'd like to just highlight a few additions and important Promotions in our department, I'm pleased to share that Jimmy O'Day has been appointed as our Assistant Deputy Director for Transportation Electrification, and he started his role on August 15th. Jimmy comes to Caltrans with over 18 years of experience in the zero emission vehicles and policy field. He was previously Deputy Director of Trucks at CalSTART, where he worked with businesses to advance federal and state policies supporting the widespread electrification of medium and heavy duty vehicles, including the Commercial Clean Vehicle Tax Credit in the Inflation and Reduction Act. Prior to joining CalSTART, Jimmy was Senior Vehicles Analyst at the Union of Concerned Scientists, where he played key roles in the strengthening and adoption of first of their kind policies for electric trucks and buses, including the Advanced Clean Trucks and Innovative Clean Transit Standards in California. Jimmy has also served as the Science and Engineering Congressional Fellow in the Office of U.S. Senator Brian Schatz. In his postdoctoral and graduate research in chemistry at Cornell and UC Santa Barbara, where you all are today, he studied materials used in fuel cells, batteries, and solar cells. So this is a brand new position joining the Caltrans leadership team, and it will be housed in the Director's Office of Sustainability. So very excited to leverage Jimmy's wealth of expertise to deepen and accelerate our work to support the transition to a zero emission transportation system that will be key in the fight against the climate crisis. Also pleased to announce the appointment of Janice Benton as the Acting Assistant Deputy Director for the Middle Mile Broadband Initiative. And she began her role effective on October 3rd of this month. Since 2017, Janice has served as the Division Chief for the Headquarters Division of Design. She's been responsible for the development and administration of statewide policies, standards, procedures, guidance, and training for roadway and roadside design. This also includes Caltrans design guidance and procedures related to complete streets and active transportation. Janice has been with the department for 30 years and has held several positions, including the interim chief engineer for project delivery, acting District 8 director, deputy division chief for structural design, and deputy director of traffic operations in District 8. In this new role, Janice will provide critical statewide leadership and strategic direction as we partner with the Department of Technology and the California Public Utilities Commission to construct the Middle Mile Broadband Network that aims to bring high-speed broadband service to unserved and underserved communities throughout California. I look forward to her guidance, her leadership, and working with her in this new role. Next slide. I'd like to highlight one of our employees this month out of District 7, my former district. And Charles Isaac is a dedicated and exemplary Caltrans manager and a leader. When I arrived in District 7 in the midst of this pandemic in 2020, I immediately realized the need to bring a focused effort to the heart of our district, which was downtown Los Angeles. The Metro Maintenance Region was established at that time to focus on downtown Los Angeles from Hollywood and the Cahuenga Pass to LAX and back. We were very laser focused to beautifying and enhancing the experience for residents, businesses, and visitors to Los Angeles. From being integral in the leadership of this new District 7 Metro Maintenance Region to consistently stepping up to do what needs to be done to resolve special projects, Charles always makes Caltrans very, very proud. In fact, we say when Charles is involved, all issues are resolved. So we know we can count on Charles. He's a knowledgeable communicator, a supporter of community-based involvement. Charles is the lead for the district's program regarding persons experiencing homelessness. He's at the forefront of encampment issues and collaborates regularly with law enforcement, residents, council members throughout Los Angeles and Ventura counties in securing safe solutions and relocation options for these persons experiencing homelessness. He's also very well respected for his ability to successfully engage with community groups, business groups, and elected officials on all issues. Recently, he led the local coordination for the pilot project in Los Angeles for the administration's Mobile Services Connect program, a collaboration between state and local agencies to bring services to persons experiencing homelessness where they live. This effort resulted in over 100 people receiving California identification cards, health and vaccination services, housing vouchers, food, and veterans and unemployment benefits in less than 3 days. It involved multiple state agencies, as I mentioned, the Office of Emergency Services, Housing Services, Health and Human Services, CalVet, DMV, and Caltrans, along with several local agencies from Los Angeles and Los Angeles County. Charles is also known for his strong team leadership and ability to resolve emergencies and customer-related complaints quickly and thoroughly. According to his staff, Charles is a beloved manager who understands a lot of complex issues and has a breadth of experience that is rare amongst his peers. He's an innovative leader. Charles is currently leading Metro to start projects to include drought-tolerant landscaping in awareness of Caltrans's policy on climate consideration. He's championed beautification along the heavily traveled US 101 corridor and Interstate 110 corridors, which recently received positive news coverage by NBC investigative reporter Joel Grover. He also managed secure freeway operations and dignitary movements during events like the Summit of the Americas, when President Biden, Vice President Harris, and multiple foreign heads and dignitaries visited Los Angeles this past summer. The pride Charles takes in his work is evident in the results he and his maintenance crews deliver on a regular basis. So we at Caltrans, we thank you, Charles Isaac, for your loyalty, your commitment, dependability, and your wonderful teamwork. Next slide. Excited to share that Caltrans received an AASHTO award this year. AASHTO sponsors the annual Skills Awards competition to facilitate the sharing of best practices, recognizing outstanding communication efforts from state DOTs nationwide. Caltrans won a top national award from AASHTO's Subcommittee on Transportation Communications, known as Transcom. Caltrans earned an Excel Award for Best Campaign Without a Consultant. This campaign was completely done in-house with our own staff for the department's communication and promotional efforts surrounding the Clean California statewide dump day event held earlier this year on April 23rd, 2022. Caltrans held this statewide event at 30 locations throughout the state in celebration of Earth Day. This was the first event of this kind for the department and required a coordinated effort both internally with various Caltrans districts and divisions throughout the state to ensure a successful event, and coordination externally with state and local partners to ensure maximum participation from Californians. As part of the effort, Caltrans conducted outreach to cities, counties, waste management companies, elected officials, and more to find locations to host this event and foster partnerships to get more public turnout. Promotion included social media posts, local news coverage to encourage Californians to come out and participate in the statewide event. Caltrans has used this event as a platform to educate participants and the public about the importance of securing all cargo loads and properly disposing of trash in receptacles, as well as educating these same participants on the impacts of litter and how it has those negative impacts on their communities and in their waterways. So next slide. Secretary Omashakin briefly mentioned this, and I believe it bears to be said again. In September of this year, I'm aware of at least 4 highway workers being struck by a vehicle on our highway system. Two of those individuals unfortunately lost their lives. The other 2 have sustained serious injuries. Our hearts go out to their families, and I know it's been said that we don't want to have to provide our condolences any longer. Secretary Omashakin mentioned that I am convening a statewide meeting with state and local agencies, with the construction industry as well, to identify solutions, identify implementable actions that we can implement immediately to turn this statistic around and to stop the death of our highway workers and our contractor employees on our highway system. Yesterday, Caltrans and the Office of Traffic Safety, we kicked off a new Go Safely campaign entitled We Are Human. The campaign emphasizes the importance of the need for drivers to pay attention, be alert for our most vulnerable roadway users, those who are on foot, those who are walking or working in work zones, people biking and rolling are being struck and killed at a higher rate than previously. I'm committed, and I know Caltrans is committed to reducing all fatalities and serious injuries on California roadways. We've committed to doing this no later than 2050. One way we hope to do so is by helping to reduce speeds. And this slide here demonstrates, I think, some important information. Briefly, I'd like to just revisit some legislation signed by Governor Newsom last month that provides greater flexibility in setting and reducing speed limits in California. At the end of August, Assembly Bill 1938 was approved by the legislature, and Governor Newsom signed the bill into law in September. This is the result of a collaborative process involving CalSTA, Caltrans, and our partners going back 3 years to the formation of the Zero Traffic Fatalities Task Force. And it will be an important tool to help us manage speeding, and we hope the outcome will be saving lives. In California and nationally, speeding is a factor in 1/3 of all traffic fatalities. As we know, when speed increases, crash risks increase as well. And by raising the chance of being involved in a crash, and by increasing the severity of injuries of everyone involved in that crash. One way to look at this is the relationship between speed and pedestrian injuries. This slide shows the likelihood of death for pedestrians if hit at different speed limits. In this example, doubling the speed from 20 miles per hour to 40 miles per hour increased the likelihood of death many times over, from 8% at 20 miles per hour to 46% at 40 miles per hour. As a reminder, the Zero Traffic Fatalities Task Force made recommendations to address speeding, including changing the methodology that was used to set speed limits based on the 85th percentile rule. This led to Assembly Bill 43, legislation signed last year, which included 16 specific provisions that revised the vehicle code to provide greater flexibility in setting and reducing speed limits. That guidance related to the 16 specific provisions is communicated through the California Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices, or the California MUTCD. Our Division of Safety Programs has been working on additional initiatives to manage speed, such as developing traffic calming guidance and other actions and strategies. Next slide. I'd like to just address a program under the Climate Action Update and this is the PROTECT program. On July 29th, the Federal Highway Administration released the PROTECT Formula Program implementation guidance to clarify requirements from this IDJA program. The guidance only applies to the formula program, including requirements around developing the optional resilience improvement plan, and does not address the PROTECT discretionary grant program. But the guidelines require that 2% of all project apportionment funds go to planning activities. 10% of those funds go to pre-construction activities, and 40% of the apportioned funds for construction activities. The guidance provides more detail and examples of eligible activities, including requirements around resilience. For California, the trailer bill establishing a state transportation infrastructure climate adaptation program overseeing PROTECT funds, SB 198, adds additional requirements on the funds around consideration of climate risk and alignment. With State of California adaptation planning guidance, this bill also established a local program to oversee the local PROTECT funds to be administered by the Commission. Caltrans has been working to develop a funding plan for PROTECT formula funds, and these guidelines will not result in any large shifts in our approach. We will also evaluate the requirements for a resilience improvement plan to pursue in tandem with the carbon reduction strategy as part of Caltrans's climate action plan. Next slide. In the space of equity, I think the CTC agenda includes several discussions and presentations on equity from the community engagement lens, including our joint equity listening sessions, the Equity Advisory Committee, and the Caltrans Transportation Equity Index. So I won't spend a lot of time on these items, but would like to share some of our other internal efforts. Our equity or our equal employment opportunity program at Caltrans continues to develop and implement many great tools related to our strategic plans, Cultivate Excellence goal. These help us to advance equity, eliminate discrimination, and improve transparency and communication within Caltrans and in our external business practices and community engagement. This includes things like the launch of our 21-day equity challenge to all of our employees. It's said that it takes 21 days to form a habit, and this 21-day equity challenge is intended to create an opportunity to explore Caltrans's value of equity through an employee's individual lens, and perhaps create a habit of moving from reflection to action on diversity, equity, and inclusion in their day-to-day work. The challenge consists of readings, audio recordings, and short videos highlighting issues of equity for the user to consume and analyze every day over the course of a 21-day period in 15 to 30-minute intervals. It can be used in individual or group learning environments, and this program was launched this past summer and has been very well received and garnered a lot of support and participation from our Caltrans team members throughout the state. Additionally, I'd like to just share the reason why Secretary Omashakin and I are in San Diego today and tomorrow. We are kicking off broadband, the Middle Mile Initiative. We have the first broadband mile going in the ground tomorrow, and this is an effort to provide high-speed, affordable internet service to unserved and underserved communities throughout the state of California. This is in partnership with the California Department of Technology and the California Public Utilities Commission. So I'm extremely proud and honored to be able to contribute and participate in delivering almost 10,000 miles of this broadband network over the next 4 years. Next slide. And finally, we'd like to highlight a project here in the District 5 Santa Barbara region, specifically the Santa Claus Bike Lane project. This project is part of the broader US 101 multimodal corridor and was funded during Cycle 1 of Senate Bill 1 through the Solutions for Congested Corridors program. At a little under 1 mile long, it is located in and near the city of Carpinteria, between Carpinteria Avenue and Santa Claus Lane in District 5, just south of where the commission is meeting today. Caltrans partnered with SB CAG to develop the project in collaboration with the community. The bike path within the Caltrans right-of-way will allow people to walk or bike from Carpinteria to the businesses and beach access along Santa Claus Lane. And even more importantly, I think it closes a gap in the California Coastal Trail. The project location is within the Carpinteria Salt Marsh, which is a sensitive habitat and near a Union Pacific Railroad line. So the footprint of these improvements needed to be minimized. The project utilized an innovative sheet pile wall to minimize the footprint. And this project is also part of our construction manager, general contractor, you may know that as CMGC, delivery method. By using this method, the contractor was able to obtain long lead construction materials earlier on in the development of this project. This allows construction to begin soon after the SB1 funds were allocated, where in the traditional design bid build delivery method, the selected contractor would need to wait months after being awarded the contract to have materials delivered. Next slide. Since this project spanned both the city of Carpinteria and the county of Santa Barbara, it required 2 separate coastal development permits and went through separate but simultaneous permitting processes. Construction impacts are being coordinated very closely to determine any impact to the communities and neighborhoods. Our goal is to minimize disruptions and inconveniences to these communities and neighborhoods, but also to ensure that connectivity and accessibility is maintained throughout the project limits at all times. Next slide. Coordination between Caltrans, SB CAG, the city of Carpinteria, and the county of Santa Barbara allowed this project to begin construction early in September 2022, just 2.5 weeks after the commission provided the allocation. The project is anticipated to complete construction in the spring or summer of 2023. Maybe I'm being a little presumptuous, but I would love to welcome and invite the commission, provide you the opportunity of joining us and our partners in a celebratory ribbon cutting ceremony next summer. And I would encourage you to bring your bike and maybe we could have a celebratory bike ride across this new path. Commissioners, I appreciate this opportunity to share the highlights of some of the many topics Caltrans is working on. And this concludes my remarks. I welcome any questions the commission may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Torres. You might have heard the rustling of paper here. We just wanted to make you really feel guilty for not being here. We got cookies. We want to make sure we showed you. If you were here, you would have gotten a cookie.
My weakness are cookies.
Yeah. And thank you for the invitation. I know that the last time you and I saw each other, we were in Elk Grove. And we were in the back of convertibles, pretending like we were king and queen of homecoming, waving at folks. So we'll do that again when the folks here in Santa Barbara open up their next phase. We'll certainly be here to join. Does anyone have any questions or comments for the director? Yes, Commissioner Norton.
Director Tavares, I just wanted to commend you and your staff on the Clean Up California program and the way you're executing it, that especially in this like wildfire period, having addressing brush and trash around our freeways is so important. And the way in which you're proactively working with homeless services to ensure that we have opportunities to rehouse people is really, really commendable. And I think it's one of the most effective programs that the governor has put together with Caltrans, and wanted to have you highlight a little bit more about what your plans are especially with regard to MOUs with local NGOs to continue to keep the areas along the freeways clean and safe.
Thank you, Commissioner Norton. I appreciate the kudos. It's really a team effort. It's been, I appreciate the leadership and the vision that Governor Newsom had for the Clean California program and providing the trust in Caltrans to administer it. Just very honored for that. Working with many communities out there, businesses, NGOs, community-based organization, it has been a thrill to be able to expand what Caltrans is doing beyond just the state highway system, but also working very closely with local communities, underserved communities, communities that have been historically marginalized in the past, and being able to beautify and create green spaces, open spaces, so that families can once again enjoy some active transportation, enjoy being outdoors once again. One of the projects we were able to create while I was in District 7, Los Angeles, was we took a location at Interstate 110 and 28th Street. It was just filled with litter. It was just graffiti everywhere. We were able to transform that into a pocket park to where the community now, they actually have a community garden there, and they're able to go and rest and reflect. And it's just a beautiful transformation of what the community envisioned in that partnership of what they wanted to see and how we were able to deliver that with their input. Moving forward with NGOs, many of these locations, as I mentioned, are off the state highway system. So we're depending on these NGOs and community-based organizations to take the ownership and continue to maintain those locations. So the partnership moving forward, developing those MOUs, as you mentioned, is ongoing and continues to be a priority for us to ensure that we don't lose any of the ground that we've been able to make and recreate and reimagine some of these locations in our underserved communities. So we're working very closely with them on how we can partner, how we can provide them any assistance in continuing to maintain these locations.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Martinez.
Madam Chair, I just also wanted to give kudos to Director Tavares and his team and just let you know that I've been out there these past several weeks throughout all 15 council districts in the city of Los Angeles in my other role as a special master. And I will say that Judge Carter alluded to say that most of the highways that we were once 2 years ago are now clean. And he's like, what's going on? Is it the city or is it Caltrans? And I said, well, it's a partnership between both, but more so because of Clean California and the efforts that Caltrans has done. And so Director Tavares, I just wanted to thank you for your diligent work and your team's diligent work out there because it's making a difference. And I saw that specifically last week when I was in San Pedro and in Harbor City and in Wilmington, and I'll be back in San Pedro this Friday morning at 6:30. But one thing that I will just share with you as I'm out there, what I've noticed is that the unhoused are now moving into major corridors, right? So that is going to, and I'm not sure if your staff have noticed that. So since there's a removal from nearby freeways and other residential areas, that's where they're seen to be going now, and also into the industrial areas. And so I just wanted to bring that up to your attention as well as I continue to navigate throughout Los Angeles.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Commissioner Martinez, for those comments, and I appreciate that insight that you're noticing that the people experiencing homelessness are moving into major corridors. I know we have a very robust team in the greater Los Angeles area that is working with many of the NGOs, the social service teams that are out there with the county and the city to help connect these individuals to temporary housing and hopefully permanent housing through our programs and the city and the county's programs. So I will relay this information also to our team down in the Los Angeles area so that they can be aware of the situation as well if they're not already.
Thank you. Yes, Vice Chair Gardino.
Director Taveras, it's good to see you. Thank you for joining us remotely. I was quite intrigued by the new role for Janice Benton in the Middle Mile Broadband Initiative and how important that is, especially for the more rural and remote portions of our state. I'll text you separately. Would love to be connected with her to find out how we can help.
I would love to connect you with her. Absolutely. Thank you for that, Commissioner Gardino.
Any others? Okay, thank you so much, Director.
Thank you very much.
Have fun in San Diego.
Thank you.
I'll interpret it however. Just, Tony, just for the record, it was the people at the desk that were making the noise with the cookies, because the people over here didn't get any. I didn't get that. My bad. And it took me a little longer to get here because I used the crosswalk because it's safer. They are there for a reason. Use them. It was kind of an interesting one. I'm not gonna lie, but they are there for a reason. So use them. And then I also you gave me too much time to think of stuff. You know, is it when Charles is involved, or everything's resolved?
Well, now you know why you didn't get a cookie.
So yeah, I know. So now I want when Vince is here, he'll make you wince. Vince will make you wince. That's what I'm going for. So anyway, so thank you for the time. I would go longer, but my battery's about to run out on my notes, so I won't go any longer. But first off, I want to just share. Today's Aloha Wednesday for me in my office anyway, but as I was putting together my stuff, let me get my clothes, get my suit. You know what? Bobby wants me to wear an Aloha shirt. So this one's for Bobby. And it's called an Aloha shirt because in Hawaii, they're just called shirts, right? So, and Douglas, I noticed Douglas has got it too. I'm a big fan. No, a big fan of Bobby, was a good friend and a good partner. So I really enjoyed him in the role, and my condolences to all of you because I know many of you were very close to him. And the great impact to transportation in California and people in California. A couple things in the interest of time. Just want to introduce a couple of my team. Some of you may know Alyssa Kano, Alyssa Kano. So she is our Deputy Division Administrator. Many of you knew her as Undersecretary of Transportation. So welcome, Alyssa, back to Federal Highway where she belongs. And Monica Gordine sitting next to Alyssa is our Associate Division Administrator. She's been on a year rotation running the Wyoming division for us, but she is back with us again. So thank you and welcome back again, Monica. A couple things in the Federal Highway world. Shaylin Bott is our nominee for the administrator for the Federal Highway Administration. He actually had the same role David Kim had at one time with Federal Highway as an Associate Administrator for Policy, one of our 5 appointed positions. And then he was the CEO at Delaware DOT, Colorado DOT, and then ITS America, I think, and then now he's with AECOM. So he's been nominated. It's going through a hearing. So hopefully we're hearing something in the middle of October, I believe. We're very hopeful. Big fan of Shaylin. I've known him for a long time, a lot of fun, very energetic, very innovative. So he's part of the ITS America team. I also want to applaud California for their representation at the ITS World Congress. So ITS World Congress, 63 countries around the world, and California was in it all. It was great. It was just really neat to see. We had just Tokes and Tony and Alyssa was on a panel, and there were many people in this room, I think, that were on panel. It was just really fun to see. There was the Caltrans booth that they had was more of a giant carpet space, but it was really neat to look at all the innovation that was going on and people from all over the country that were standing there going, oh, so that's how you do it in California. Oh, so that's how you do it in California. So I want to just applaud everybody for their work there. We're under a continuing resolution, appropriations. Remember we talked about legislation. Our authorizing legislations is our IIJA. And then yearly appropriations, that's our funding. So right now we have our funding through December 16th, and hopefully we'll get the rest of the year during that time. A couple grants that have come out. We just got one. Wow, I get to announce a grant that somebody else didn't announce. So we had a bridge, the first bridge investment program grants were out, and I think it's Tehama County, Tehama. Anyone with pronunciation? Tehama? Look at me getting it right. Tehama County will receive $320,000 for a feasibility study on the Woodson Bridge over Sacramento River. So yay for that. Couple other things I want to draw your attention to on our website. There's some notice of funding opportunities that are out there. And then there's also some Federal Register notices on comment periods where we're going to be looking at some the regulation that's there. The use of inland ports for storage and transfer of cargo containers. So there's a comment period that's closing on October 22nd. So I want to draw your attention to that. Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Program modifications, that comment period is ending on October 31st. And then we just had our Buy America one just closed on September 30th, the Buy America for the requirements for electric vehicle chargers. Lots of money coming. I appreciate the effort that's going on. I appreciate the comment to the new, welcome new commissioner. But I appreciate the comment to tribes in California. It's something that we've seen a lot of involvement. I had opportunity to be at the most recent Native American Advisory Committee that Caltrans has, which is one of the unique things that's here in California that's not all around the country. It was able to attend the Native American Day on the west steps of the Capitol. So there was a lot of, what was really neat there is I saw a lot of people from the NAC were at that too. So that was really, Caltrans was involved in that and representation from the tribes from the NAC. So it was really good to see that. And I'll continue to say tribes need to be at the table during the decision, not handed a decision to comment on. So I know there's a lot of, there's been a lot of progress here in California on that, and I think I'm going to be talking in an hour or 2 or 10 minutes whenever Protect gets there up on the, Justice 40 comes up, and we're talking about that, and it's something that California is really leading in as you look around the country, who's out there in the front, who's more suited, what departments are more suited to just take this money because it's there and you're aligned. So just some of the stuff that Secretary and Tokes both talked about. I mean, Secretary Tokes and Tony both talked about. So in the interest of time, that's all I got. Anything from me? I think we got.
Hillary, did you want to go first?
No.
I don't get to choose who gets first?
Vice Chair Gardner.
Question I've.
Carl, you go first. You go first.
Ask you, and thanks for joining us today. On NOFOs, on Federal Notice of Funding Opportunities, once those are in print, are they changeable at all, or is that pretty much Moses coming down the mountain with the?
Yeah, when the notice of funding opportunities are out, that's the application time. So there was some windows that we had earlier that were coming in, you know, these programs are coming, give us your thoughts. We talked about that earlier in the bill, or in the implementation of the bill. But right now, when the notice of funding opportunity comes out, that's the application process. So the rest of the country is going after that too. If there is something, you please share and we can get it back. If there's something that seems like it's pretty big that was caught or maybe missed, then we can take a look at that and see if there's anything.
Thank you.
I know some people, so or people who know people, something like that.
Yes, I just wanted to say, because Melissa's finally here, you missed last meeting where it was like,
Yeah, I can't do that in front of her because I don't want her to get cocky. All right, Monica and I still got to deal with her. We don't need that.
I want to commend you for leaning in on Justice 40. And we're going to hear a little bit more, but this is such an important program, and we will talk to you more about the reconnecting communities and what are some of the best practices related to reconnecting communities in and around highways, above, beyond removal, but
right, capping and doing lots of different things, lots of opportunities there.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
so wondering if there are opportunities to hear more about best practices as communities are looking at ways to reconnect their communities and what you're finding around the country are really admirable opportunities to do such.
And Federal Highway is actually working on that. We just recently had a call for projects that were like that. So that the president was speaking and was talking about this and wanted to give some examples. And we have, just off the top, there were 3 in California that were really great examples. So it was really great opportunity for examples here in California and around the country. But there's a website that we're trying to put together that's giving these types of things that give you ideas and give you things that you can do. Because it isn't always, it's not just cap it, or it's not just tunnel it, or it's not just this, or it's not. The biggest thing with all this is listen to the community. Go into the community, find out where the wrong to that community is, feels, was, all of that, and what does that community want to help them? And that's the biggest part of that. And I think that's one of the things you're really seeing. You're seeing that in how California is implementing California's programs also. Stop sitting in our seats saying this is what they need, and go out and ask them what do they want. And that's the same with tribes too. That's the same thing with tribes. Don't let us act like we know what a tribe wants. Let's go sit down and talk with them to find out what they need. So
thank you for your commitment to co-creation and to looking at opportunities like that. I'm from community, Mercer Island, Washington, the cap of the I-90.
Right.
90 acres of beautiful plantings and soccer fields.
Right.
And I hope we can do more because we use urban forestry.
Well, Presidio Parkway is an example of that right now too, connecting the Presidio to the bay. And that was one of those examples. And it's in an urban area, and that's incredible just to be able to make that all work.
Thank you very much.
Anything?
First off, I always enjoy your report.
Thank you.
Information is really useful and it's very succinct, and I appreciate the way you do it.
You got it.
So as we talk about grants and trying to figure out how we move more DBEs, WBs, MBs into the industry, are any grant programs being proposed that would help those small businesses with their bonding capacity or bonding funding?
So the grants don't get into those. The grants would get into the project delivery, but what the big thing you're seeing with all of this is DBE applies to all this money. So as the money's coming in, the DBE program applies to it. So that's more opportunity for DBE. And we're working with Caltrans right now on a review to try and get into figuring out where some of the challenges that are being had right now. And the small business, California has a small business council or Caltrans has a small business council, High Speed Rail has one also. And that's one of the areas that they've been talking about. How do you get the bonding to that level? And where's the capacity? It's really, and the biggest thing in all of this is build the denominator. So the denominator is the number of small businesses and DBEs and disadvantaged businesses that are out there. You know, African-American community is underrepresented in some areas. We got to build that denominator of businesses out there so that we can get a higher percentage, more people, not just a higher percent. You got 5 and you got 5 people working, that's 100%. We want 100 and, and 50 people, at least 50 working, and then that's only 50%, but it's still a lot more than that 5. So
that's a door that if you could blow open.
Right.
It would really make a difference.
That's been a challenge that we've had for a long time, but it is something I know that Caltrans is it's on the forefront of what they're dealing with. So. All right, for the record, I could have been gone 10 minutes ago, but they're asking me questions, so it's not my fault.
You want me to cut them off?
Yeah, it's up to you. You're just shoddy running this thing.
This is the best part of coming to this.
It's a low bar. It's a low bar.
But I had a question as all these grants are coming down and all this money. We tend to focus on parts of a system and not the whole, right? So earlier we talked about unhoused community, equity, but a lot of these grants, specifically when we're dealing with transportations and communities of color, the unhoused and homelessness is impacting a lot of communities of color. And specifically within transportation agencies, right? Not only have they taken over, they're in freeways, but they're now in corridors, they're in our transit systems. Mm-hmm. And a lot of that funding that's coming down the pipeline is not talking about those opportunities and how can we bridge that? Because ultimately, when you look at a Metro or OCTA or even a Caltrans, they're not responsible to be addressing housing, but we're spending hundreds of millions of dollars having to deal with this impact. And so how, and I don't know what the federal government is doing, but, or even, transportation agencies to include, especially at the federal level, to include some of these monies to address these impacts in regards to homelessness, because it is having a drastic impact on the system.
So from the homelessness side of things, we work with Caltrans just in the ability to have temporary housing inside of our right of way. So we have a process that we've actually started here in California. And so we've been working with Caltrans to look at the right places for housing them temporarily, but I don't disagree. Who's responsible? I think we're all responsible for it, but there's different agencies that have a primary role in it. We're actually working with HUD in a few different areas where there's some opportunities that we can help with them. Just some of it's just relationships and just say, hey, this is what's happening. What can you do? By the way, this is how this works, and getting two people to talk that may not have talked before. But it's a very difficult challenge for sure.
Still more, working your way all the way down here. No one passed me.
No one passed you.
So in our state and legislative matters update that Paul prepared, there was something I noticed. I mean, we're in the middle of this active transportation cycle, and even though we've got more than $1 billion extra this year, there's still going to be some really good projects that aren't funded. And then state and legislative matters, it looked like that Aloha shirt came with some really deep pockets.
It's deep. Oh my gosh, they go all the way down to the ankles.
Pockets. Yeah. I noticed that the
short arms, I can't reach it, but the pockets are full of money. They go all the way to the ankles.
The Neighborhood Access and Equity Grant Program may be a source of active transportation funding for California. And I was going to bring this up under state and legislative matters, but I already got staff to say, yeah, we're going to help these people who might not get funding through ATP, but I think they need to work with you and your deep pockets to figure out how best to get that funding into ATP. Because I mean, seriously, $1 billion, we can't even get really high quality projects funded.
Mm-hmm.
So we need to find all the resources we can, and the federal government and you in particular can help our staff work with those really great projects that aren't getting funded through the ATP program. I would really appreciate it.
Absolutely, we can absolutely do. The dollars we're using here is interesting because I failed to mention the $681 million that we got in August redistribution is more than 23 states get in their entire year's program.
Yeah.
So I was remiss in not thanking Fardad, Falak Farsa, and D Lam and her team with the local programs. Fardad works on the state side, D-Lam works on the local program side, and they were able to find projects for $680 million worth of new funding.
We have a need.
But there's,
a lot of things, and ATP is definitely one of the ones where
we can definitely work with it. I think
the deep pockets of the federal government to help.
There you go, right. Good luck to us. Good luck to us.
Yeah, I want to build on that too, because it was in tab 18 under state and federal legislative matters.
It's not my state, it's yours. Your state and federal.
3.2 billion in that pot of funds, all competitive.
Wait, can you pull the mic a little closer? Sorry.
Thank you, I appreciate
Sorry.
that. Yeah, I was going to bring that up as well. I'm glad that Dr. Liu did. It's on tab 18 under state and federal legislative matters, 3.2 billion, all competitive funds. Through that Neighborhood Access and Equity Grant Program. And I would, they're probably already all over it, but through Mitch and the staff team, Lori Waters and others, I hope we're going to be taking a careful look on how our state can take it.
And there's a lot of resources. The DOT website, I'll talk about briefly in the Justice 40 discussion, has a lot of that, a lot of resources there to help the state and locals to apply for those dollars. Anybody out here have any questions? You guys good? We're good? All right, good. Thanks.
Thank you. I think we're on tab 10. Ryan Niblock.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ryan Cordero Niblock from the San Joaquin Council of Governments in the San Joaquin Valley, and I'm sorry to not be seeing all of you in person, but I'm fighting off a cold here, and I just figured it'd be better to join you virtually. We did hold our October RTPA meeting earlier this morning, and I wanted to share some of the highlights with all of you. First, we received an update on the California Air Resources California Air Resources Board scoping plan, which assesses progress made towards reaching statewide greenhouse gas targets for 2030, as well as trying to reach carbon neutrality by 2045 or sooner. And the scoping plan is basically seeking to answer the question, what is needed in terms of land use and transportation to make the necessary progress as a state? And a set of refreshed strategies has been drafted, which are in line with what we've seen elsewhere associated with CAPTI. Things like bringing together the goals of building housing that accounts for equity while supporting low VMT lifestyles, and investing in transportation projects that result in a reduction in VMT and greenhouse gas. Our group expressed interest in digging into some of the nuts and bolts, as we always do, such as understanding a better understanding of how the VMT impacts will be on greenhouse gas as electrification continues to increase in our state, as well as requesting feedback on which types of actions, when it comes to transportation and land use, which are the actions that are having the most positive impact on VMT and greenhouse gas, so that we might sharpen our focus on the most bang for buck tools available. Next, we received updates from commission staff, which included previews of many of the items that we're going to be talking about today. And we are particularly interested in hearing today's update on the equity listening sessions, the overview on the Caltrans Transportation Equity Index. We're also looking forward to the upcoming RTP guidelines update. We're the ones that do the RTPs, and we're going to be active participants in the commission workshops. We also received an update on the ATP status report, and we know we're heading towards statewide and regional funding awards in the coming meetings here. And we're all seeing the same thing, that the demand for the active transportation program continues to just be massive. We're seeing that up and down the state. And then lastly, we received updates from Caltrans on a variety of topics, including on the delivery of federal obligation authority and August redistribution. We know that this year was a particularly large lift. And so the RTPAs just want to congratulate Sujaya and the project implementation team, the state, the regions, and our local partners for working hard down the finish just to get the over 1.5 billion in obligation authority delivered this year. So that's California getting things done. We also got details related to the new funding programs that are coming our way, such as the Carbon Reduction Protect and NEVI programs, including some upcoming milestones with those. This is another place where our group likes to dive into the nuts and bolts, and we'll be following up with Caltrans for clarification on a number of things. Though I think one of the questions that's likely to be discussed later on today's agenda, tab 64, that's where we have the interim Caltrans system investment strategy that's getting used for project selection. So our TPA group received an update on this in August and expressed some questions and concerns, specifically around where we account for special circumstances in rural areas, making sure that adequate value is placed on things like evacuation routes, fire evacuation, and that we're correctly characterizing VMT impacts for projects that are safety and goods movement focused. So we know that this document is meant to be a living document. It's out for another round of public comments currently due in November. And we know that the timing of things is very tricky with these new programs, but we're still hoping to be able to have some assurance and understanding related to some of those concerns that we shared a couple of months ago. So with that, my report is concluded, and thank you very much.
Great, thank you, Ryan. Any questions for Ryan? All right, thank you so much. We will move on to tab 11, Nafili.
Hi, good afternoon, commissioners. I'm Nafili Barrett, the Executive Director of the Mendocino Council of Governments and Chair of the Rural Counties Task Force. So the Rural Counties Task Force last met on September 16th, and at that meeting, we received reports from several CTC and Caltrans staff members and discussed a wide range of issues facing our 26 rural counties, including SB1 programs, the RTP guidelines update, the STIP, state budget, obligation authority, and the ATP. And of course, we're all anxiously awaiting the ATP staff recommendations. We heard presentations on the California Freight Mobility Plan update and the Caltrans Equity Index. We also received a presentation from Caltrans on the 2022 interim Caltrans strategic investment strategy that defines the Caltrans criteria for selecting projects for nomination and consideration for funding partnerships, and is on this CTC agenda as an informational item. Thank you to Caltrans for providing this engagement, as the CSIS has been an issue of concern for the RCTF over the last few months due to its potential to disadvantage rural areas. We appreciate that Caltrans has now provided a public comment period in response to concerns regarding the lack of involvement from the regions. However, we are concerned that the initial iteration is already being used by Caltrans. We hope that future engagement with the regions and CTC will ensure that ultimately the scoring criteria are consistent with CAPTI principles and SB1 program guidelines, and that they are not disadvantaging important rural projects. We look forward to further collaboration with Caltrans in the continuing development of a final CSIS. Also on your agenda for this meeting is a presentation on the CAPTI Annual Progress Report. At the last meeting, I reported on the Sustainable Rural Transportation Solutions Summit hosted in August in collaboration with CalSTA. The summit was held in response to an action identified in CAPTI. The action called for a discussion with rural transportation partners to address a number of issues, such as best practices, funding pathways for projects, rural transit solutions, barriers to addressing rural maintenance needs, and special considerations for ZEV deployment in rural areas. The recently released CAPTI Progress Report highlighted the summit as a key accomplishment. While we agree that this was a good event and appreciate the efforts that went into it, we also believe that there's still much to discuss. The progress report identifies this action as complete, but as we discussed with CalSTA staff prior to the event, we feel that the summit was just the beginning of a discussion. We covered some, but not all of what was called for in CAPTI, identified actions that need to be taken, and identified topics for future discussion. We encourage continued discussion between RCTF and the CAPTI team, as well as future targeted evaluation of the success of CAPTI in rural regions. We look forward to working with the CAPTI team to continue this process. That concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do you have any questions for Nafili? Yes, Commissioner Falcone.
No questions, just a comment. I appreciate, Nafili, your update and you know, the intentional work that you and the rural regions are doing in trying to help engage in CAPTI. We'll be interested in hearing in your future updates on specific things that you're all doing, to meet our CAPTI goals, and in terms of projects, very interested in knowing, and the network of ATP projects that rural counties are planning. I hear a lot about our urban projects, but would like to hear more about our rural counties. So thank you.
Thank you, and hopefully we'll soon have some new ATP projects to report on to you.
Hint.
Lawyer you.
Yeah, thank you. Any other questions? All right, thank you so much.
Right, thank you.
So Keith, we're going to take a break right after you, so no pressure, but we'll take a break after.
Thank you. I promise I will be brief. I want to first welcome the new commissioner. Look forward to getting to know you and working with you. I also want to acknowledge Senator Newman. I appreciate when members show up to these meetings. I think that there's no better way for them to kind of see how the inner workings and funding take place. So thank you, Senator Newman, for being here and always doing your research when you make decisions that impact us all at the state level. I'm pleased to be here. I've been promising all of you a document, and I've got as a number 12, and thank you to Douglas for getting this in your packet and addressing it. But just real quickly, this is a snapshot of the investments that self-help counties make in our system. It's a broad net. So obviously some of our local streets and roads also include some complete streets. We're going to be narrowing this down, but I wanted to get this to you before the end of the year, and it's going to be fine-tuned more as we move along. But this is reflective of
on average, and again, it's a sales tax funded initiative, so it fluctuates with the economy, hopefully not as much as some other things. But this is average of $5 billion annually, $5 billion annually. So we're looking at about 155 million annually in ATP, which that's just the standalone projects versus some of the complete streets that also include some ATP programs as well. So I wanted you to have this. It will be fine-tuned even more in the coming months and into 2023. But I think it's a document that we can all use when we start talking about the policies and priorities. From our perspective, from your funding partners at the local level, we can look and start dissecting into where those dollars are going. So great policy discussions that we've had here today. Vince did sneak up to me and said, we're gonna be quick, right? So yeah, Vince, I'm gonna be quick. Yeah, he did. But I wanted to have this document. We're going to get it digitally to you. The process of getting it all put in and approved took a little longer than I anticipated, but we'll have this to you digitally. Hopefully it's a living document that we can adjust as needed as funding come in and projects get completed. So with that, I will be remiss if I don't say the Focus on the Future conference is coming up November 14th and 15th. We hope to see you all there. It's just down the road in Newport. For those of you that haven't been, it's a great symposium to exchange ideas. I didn't wear a Hawaiian shirt today. I wore the white beard in respect for my friend, Bobby. So he will be missed. He's a great Californian and really was a great investor in people. And that's really what we're all here to do. So with that, I would say thank you for the time. I'm gonna wrap it up. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Keith. Commissioner Norton? Yeah, I have one. I really appreciate this chart. This is one we've been asking for, but I noticed that because it's 2022, this is after 2 infusions of CARES Act money. And transit operations without CARES Act is really gonna be needed because all of these other grant funds are capital projects. Can you talk a little bit about your members and what they're doing to brace for this high need of hiring more transit operators and paying for operations given?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question. So, you know, there's a lot of concern over what I'll call as a cliff of funding need that's not new to transit. So obviously our partner, and I like to tease Vince, but he does have the pockets, so I don't tease him too much, but job fairs, communications, looking to hire people and bring people in happens continuously. You know, there are a lot of opportunities in transportation that are recession proof at the local and state and federal levels. So I think there's a lot of outreach within our communities to do hiring fairs, job fairs, to look for additional dollars, NOFAs, grants, everything under the sun. You know, our nation, our state, our local communities are coming into some tough economic times, probably for the foreseeable future, at least another year or so, at least from what I read. So I think that we need to continually work to partner. And again, from the local perspective, that the partnerships of local, state, and federal funding for projects doesn't stop at the building of the project. It's also the investment in the community, the workforce, and the people that not only build it, but then continue to operate it. And having the ability to do some advertising for employees at different events throughout the state, certainly Focus on the Future will have that opportunity. We provide that with Caltrans. But it's a continual thing, and it needs to be an investment that goes beyond the construction phase of projects. It goes into the maintenance and then also the ongoing service within the community. So.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we are going to take a 10-minute break and we'll be back at 5 minutes till 4.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You want to?
Madam Chair, can we move the podium over on that side so that we can just look that way?
Everybody to talk.
I think everybody can agree.
Madam Chair, we're ready to go when you are.
We're good. Okay, we're back. Calling, we're back in order here. At this time, we are going to go back and revisit item number 4. No, not 4, 6. Item number 6, Commissioner's Report. It was an action item, and we did not take action at that time, but I will turn this over to Commissioner Grisby at this time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to make the following motion onto my statement. The California Transportation Commission supports and joins people from across the nation in calling for the resignation of the 3 LA City Council members and union leader whose divisive comments and actions run contrary to our vision for equity and inclusion for all Californians. The commission continues its strong commitment to equity and the empowerment of all communities in our state.
Thank you, Commissioner Grisby. You're using that as a motion?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Yes, I'd like to move that.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Davis. I'd like to have roll call vote, please.
We should after there's public comment.
Oh, public comment?
We have no public comment at this time.
Thank you. Roll call vote.
Commissioner Bradshaw. Commissioner Davis.
Aye.
Commissioner Falcone. Commissioner Grisby.
Aye.
Vice Chair Guardino.
Aye.
Commissioner Lugo. Commissioner Liu.
Aye.
Commissioner Martinez.
Aye.
Commissioner Norton.
Aye.
Commissioner Tavaloni. Commissioner Tavaloni. Chair Eager.
Aye.
Chair, the motion is approved.
Thank you so much. Now we will move on to item number 13.
Great,
Sequoia.
thank you.
Yes.
I've been waiting. I'm delighted to join you all today. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Tab 13 is an information item. Amar Sid, Program Manager for the Caltrans Department, or excuse me, Office on Racial Equity, will provide an update on the 6th statewide equity listening sessions series, which were held on August 24th and 31st of this year. Unfortunately, due to scheduling conflicts, Gabby Segovia and Nancy Sid from LA Walks are unable to join us for today's meeting, but we will be working with them to reschedule and find a time for them to provide remarks at a future meeting. And with that, I'll pass it to Amar. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. I will give some quick remarks and updates as Sequoia mentioned. I think, first of all, we're going to try to reschedule with the Prometoras from LA Walks at a later date. They're really excited to share their experience on the listening sessions, and I think you would all appreciate to hear that experience. So we'll work with them to get that scheduled. As a reminder, the listening sessions was an agreement and partnership between Caltrans, CTC, and agency. Our leadership committed to this effort, wanting to hear from community members on their experiences with the transportation system. Our agencies held and completed our 6 listening sessions throughout the state, geographical locations that were selected and prioritized with kind of community connection and thought around priority populations, AB 617 communities. These sessions allowed our residents to share their personal stories and experiences about their transportation, about transportation impacts that they themselves or their communities have participated in and experiences that their communities live with. As a recap, we finalized the last session in August. This was with Inland Empire. We partnered with the Center for Community Action and Environmental Justice, so CCAEJ. This was a community-led effort with our partnership with state agencies. They wanted to do it in 2 sessions. They wanted it in virtual format, giving more opportunity for community to comment, to prioritize their points within our space. I think it was a great partnership. Again, collaborating with community is something that we're striving for with equity principles, where we can co-coordinate, co-collaborate, and co-lead these efforts. From the sessions, the kind of impacts that we heard will be posted, or they should be posted in the book item already, so you can look at a detailed description from those sessions. But really what we kind of want to share here is they were expressing their negative impacts from traffic congestion within the community, within the local community. They talked about limited access to public transit and that access or limited access causing hardship for communities, hindering opportunities and access to destinations for residents. They talked about their concerns regarding pedestrian and bike safety within the community. And then also those concerns that led to increased reliance on personal vehicles that some of them may not have. They also really kind of lamented on warehouse and heavy duty truck that are causing disparate harm in the community in terms of trash or health impacts to the community, and looking at solutions or opportunities to kind of mitigate or find alternatives to that truck and warehouse traffic. We can also look at these findings again. It's on our website, where we will detail out very specific options from that listening session. Our next steps for these listening sessions, since we just wrapped that, is moving towards a fall release of the report. So this is going to be a report that ICF, our consultants, are synthesizing right now. We'll look at actions from that report that all 3 agencies are going to take into consideration and move towards next steps. Our final report will be out in November. We will have an opportunity to discuss this publicly, and this will be released publicly for community to also engage in. And we also look forward to this report moving our 3 agencies into a next iteration of listening sessions and the commitment to community. I think one thing all of our, myself, Sequoia, Avital, and then our program lead, Carolyn Abrams, are really thinking about is our continued commitment to community, the community-based organizations that we partnered with, and how we're going to continue to work with them. So not having a one and done with these listening sessions. What is our continued commitment as we move forward? What is our continued commitment with additional CBOs that we would like to engage and hear from them in the future? So that is my short update. I can pause for any questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Davis.
I think it was the San Bernardino call I was on, and it seems like this should be a fairly easy fix. So the drivers are, having to wait to make their deliveries at whichever warehouse it is. My members, like everybody that are on construction sites, use porta potties. So how do we make a requirement these warehouse owners have to put a porta potty outside for the drivers to use, so that, as the young lady, I believe it was, described, bottles full of urine being thrown around the neighborhoods? I mean, there's a lot of problems here. This seems like this should be a pretty easy one to fix, even if it's a requirement to, for the warehouse owners to in order to build a warehouse and operate the warehouse, they've got to put out a porta potty outside their facility for a truck driver to use. I mean, shouldn't be that complicated, and that would really sort of in at least one of the pretty disgusting problems.
Yeah, it's at the port terminals too. They don't have anywhere. to
Yeah,
use
see,
it.
all that needs to change. This is easy. I mean, construction workers use them all day long, every day. You know, not the most pleasant places to go, but better than throwing it on the side of the road. So I mean, whatever we can do to facilitate how that might be mandated somehow, I think would be helpful for those communities that are experiencing that problem. And to be quite frank, truck drivers in some instances are barely making a living anyways, and then have to go through that trouble. So
Yeah, I hear that. I think when we have this detailed out in the report, we can share it with all of our partnering agencies. So we can have maybe the secretary look at other options to share this and maybe look at legislation options for access to appropriate bathroom usage for
seems
communities.
humane. I mean, you know.
Thank you. Any others? Yes.
And thank you for your report. Just very quickly, as you move forward with your consultant, will you also be engaging in how the format was created to engage our communities? You know, because I think I participated in all the sessions, and it seemed that there were times where I would say that we weren't given enough time for folks to provide their, you know, more input that they wanted to share, right? It was kind of very prescriptive per se, and we wanted to, you know, shed light of what our agencies are and hearing from them. And sometimes an hour and a half can go by very quickly. And so how do we circle back to making sure that one, you know, we heard them loud and clear, right? But two, that maybe we need to adjust, right? So I believe failure, we need to move forward, but we could back up 10 steps and fix it as we continue to have these kinds of conversations with community. And I do believe that they should co-create what that engagement really looks like. And so I would appreciate any kind of feedback that would be able to come back to us so that we can be supportive.
Yeah, I think the report is going to document our process. I think that's something that our team is really excited about since this is called Equity Listening Sessions. The sessions were built and developed with community. Some of them were very much taken on by community to do a community-led project. So we had that flexibility in there. I think there's many ways to do sessions. Because it was set up as a listening session, it was an opportunity for our offices, our agencies to hear community and give them all of the opportunity to share. I know there were many times where we wanted to respond, and there were some agencies or community organizations that asked us to follow up, and we're making those commitments. So I think that will be detailed out in the report. I think that also goes towards the next steps, like what are we doing next in these spaces, and maybe changing up the sessions to be more of a town hall session instead of just a listening session where we can have some feedback and dialogue between our agencies.
Fantastic.
Sure. I think attended almost every one. I might have missed one or two at most. And the one thing that was a little frustrating was that it was just listening and there really wasn't any interaction. But some people had legitimate and simple to answer questions. We just didn't have the time to respond and provide them the information they were asking for. So it would be great if, as we continue this, to make it a little more interactive and a little more responsive to questions and concerns. And it was obvious at sometimes that, you know, we had the wrong people in the room. We should have had LA Metro or the local transit agency in the room to answer questions about transit when they weren't there. And so, I mean, you got all this. You got, I mean, absolutely a wonderful job, and thank you for all of it. But that was the one part for me. It was a little bit frustrating is when there were questions asked or misunderstandings or just a need to explain something, but we didn't have that, you know, that educational and information exchange process, and that would have been helpful. Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Ludo.
Thank you, Program Manager Sid, for the excellent report. I'm just going to pick this up because I don't want to lean like this. And thank you to all of you who worked on putting on these sessions. I got to join them midstream because I was appointed once they were already underway, but the few that I got to attend were really informational. And something that I wanted to highlight in particular from hearing at the Inland Empire sessions was the fact that around active transportation and public transit, there is a good amount of capacity that's been built with really hard work at the community level, where, you know, folks who represent communities of color, historically marginalized communities, can come to the table and say, you know, this is what's working, this is what's not working. And I think an area that needs more support in capacity building is where the intersection is between environmental justice and more of the transportation justice work, because the people who are speaking about the impacts on their communities from warehouse development in the Inland Empire, I think kind of tend to fall in that crack between what's in the jurisdiction of maybe the Air Resources Board and what's in the jurisdiction over here of Caltrans. And so I just wanted to highlight that, you know, we are going to continue to need more community-based leadership around, you know, what should our clean and green mobility solutions look like, given the burdens that they may continue to place on local communities if we don't consider the full picture in terms of, okay, the trucks maybe are going to be using hydrogen, but if they're still going through these low-income neighborhoods and folks are more at risk of fatalities and things like that, have we really gotten ourselves to a more sustainable model? So I just really appreciate how those kinds of concerns were able to come to light in those spaces. And I look forward to seeing how when we do our joint meeting with CARB and other agencies next month, maybe we can think about the intersections of environmental justice and transportation justice there.
Thank you, Commissioner Lugo. Commissioner Falcone, did you have a question?
Thank you for your presentation, Amar, and I just really want to compliment you and your colleagues, Sequoia, Carolyn, and Avatala, who couldn't be here. All your work, I've actually been really impressed. There could always be finessing and improvements, you know, in the way we do things, but this was really meaningful work, and I appreciate all your work in putting these together. I, like my colleagues, look forward to what comes out in terms of the report and what the next steps are, what the continuity of communication with the communities that we worked with, and especially I'm interested in what the next step is in engagement with other communities and what that's going to look like. Or is there sort of a teaser of where those communities will be for the next round?
Yeah, that's a great question. We get that question quite often. As you all know, 6 sessions is not enough to cover the entire state. We have a lot of communities that are really excited about partnering with the state transportation agencies and want to have an opportunity to communicate with our leadership. And I think there's opportunities, which we're already starting to carve out with our district staff, our district equity leads, and different local jurisdictions to have different listening sessions. So kind of starting with the space and then branching out with all of our districts to kind of do ongoing sessions, building those capacities with community-based organizations. So I think there's a lot of opportunity in all of our districts. I know there's a request from San Diego. There's a request from more spaces that are east that we did not get to cover. And then also up north in our District 1 areas that feel like they would like representation to provide space to talk.
Thank you. With that, we will move on to tab 14. We're back to you, Sequoia.
You can stay on. I'm talking here. Yeah. Sorry, I have to pull up this again. All right, thanks, commissioners. Tab 15 is, sorry, tab 14 is an action item, and I'm joined today by Avital Barnea from CalSTA and Amar Sid, Caltrans, and we are grateful for the opportunity to present our recommended list of applicants to serve on the upcoming Interagency Equity Advisory Committee. And I'm not sure anyone sat here and done the presentation collectively with the people at the dais, but we're going to try it right now. And with that, we'll go ahead and get started. So we're presenting today our Transportation Equity Advisory Committee membership proposal.
Sorry, I'm having trouble with this.
We might need Brandy to try for us.
So just if you do press it, just give a little back.
Okay, great, thanks. All right, so as a reminder, our committee purpose and initial proposal, the Equity Advisory Committee is intended to elevate diverse and historically marginalized voices to advise state transportation agencies such as the California State Transportation Agency, the California Transportation Commission, and the California Department of Transportation on how to achieve meaningful outcomes in transportation, equity, environmental justice, and equitable economic opportunities, especially as related to transportation planning and programming. And in June, we were approved to begin our call for committee members for one interagency committee for our three agencies. The committee will make recommendations focused on tools and guidelines for transportation planning and funding programs. The meetings will be held pursuant to Bagley-Keene requirements, and our three agencies will retain decision-making authority. For the committee, up to 15 members, and we'll be proposing 16 today, will be serving 2-year staggered terms with the intention of focusing on marginalized voices within California. Members must reside in California and should demonstrate an equity-centered personal or professional experience, community leadership, or be actively engaged in transportation equity, policy, programming, advocacy, or related fields such as health, air quality, climate or housing justice, community, and socioeconomic development.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Bobby Talbarneo with the California State Transportation Agency. Building on our initial committee proposal, we released an application that was open for about a month from August 8th to September 5th. The application was available in a variety of formats. I believe every applicant did apply through the Microsoft Teams form that we had, but we also had hard copy available. We had a phone number set up, a mailing address, so we wanted to make sure that folks could reach us however they might have access to do that. We wanted to keep the application fairly simple and straightforward. It was about 1 page, and it was a survey that asked a variety of questions. First, we asked, what geographic region or regions does the applicant represent in California? We asked their demographic identities in a variety of areas. We asked them to identify if they were or represented older adults, youth, people with disabilities, BIPOC, and communities of color, people of marginalized genders or sexualities, priority populations as defined by SB 535 and AB 1550, Native American tribal governments or community members, rural communities, migrant or immigrant populations, and the unhoused community. We also asked if they were employed, and if so, who was their employer and what is their role. And then we asked them to describe their volunteer, civic, or community service capacities that they're involved in, as well as their interest in serving on the Interagency Transportation Equity Advisory Committee. We also asked them to describe their personal or professional experience with equity and community leadership, transportation, policy, programming, advocacy, or related fields. And then there was space for them to add anything else to the application that they wanted to as it pertained serving on the committee. While the application period was open, the three of us hosted a live webinar where people were able to ask questions. We accepted questions in advance that we prepared responses for, and we also took questions live. That afternoon, the webinar was recorded and posted to YouTube for anyone who was unavailable to join it in real time. We received a really robust response to this application. As Sequoia mentioned, we initially proposed having up to 15 people serve on this Equity Advisory Committee.
we received 72 applications, and they represented a broad array of demographics, people from different professional and civic backgrounds, and geographies from throughout the state. The majority of our applicants represented the San Francisco Bay Area, rural Northern California, the San Joaquin Valley, Sacramento Valley, and Los Angeles. Just not too surprising, those are the major population centers for the most part of our state. And the majority of the applicants also identified as representative communities of color or priority populations. You can see here the geographic breakdown of the 72 applicants. The numbers add up to more than 72 because some people represented more than one area of the state or said that they represented the entire state. But you can see here, the majority of applicants coming from Superior, California, the San Francisco Bay Area, Northern San Joaquin Valley, and LA. And then likewise, here's the demographic breakdown of the applicants to the Interagency Equity Advisory Committee. Again, this number adds up to well greater than 72 because people represented a variety of demographics within themselves. We saw a lot of intersectionality, which was really, really great to see among the applicants. And as you can see, a large number of applicants represent BIPOC populations. All right. So a little bit about the structure of our review process. Once it closed or the application closed, myself, Avital, and Sequoia, representing all three agencies, reviewed each of the applications. We also enlisted support from former CTC Equity Advisory Roundtable members. Their review process was split into two. We did a really thorough review in a short amount of time. And I think we were able to document and prioritize the members based off of all of the feedback that they identified. Okay, so here's our list of selected equity advisory members. This is our recommendation. We're going with 16 members. I don't think we're reading each one of them, but I think they represent a broad geographical space. As Avital said, they represent priority populations. They represent or identify as being Black, Indigenous, or a person of color. We do have former members from the CTC Equity Roundtable that are on here that are also going to be serving. And again, in the geographical space, we have representation from across the state. As Avital mentioned, we had, as we mentioned,
Sorry, go ahead.
okay, as Avital mentioned, we had representation of folks that identified as kind of serving or having connections across the state, so they identified as statewide representation. We did not have an application from the Central Coast, and I believe Orange County is also not represented in terms of person who identified from being Orange County.
Can you tell us what constitutes Northern San Joaquin Valley and Southern San Joaquin Valley?
Yeah, so we use the census geographical breakdown for the region, and northern is Stockton, I think down to Merced, and then southern, it goes from Merced all the way down to Kern County.
I'll add that it's in the first chart, it's broken down. I tried to show through color coding, and
I believe
it's very small font, but it's in the diagrams as well.
So you're recommending 16, but there are 17 in the book item. Who are we not recommending that's in the book item?
So the person actually that was listed as a 17th member pulled out just a few days ago. So
what's the person's
name? Oh, the name was Mia. She was from CalWalks.
What was it again?
Mia.
Okay, number 7 on.
Yeah, I don't.
Will we have a new recommendation for the 17th?
That's a good question.
No.
We felt that the remaining 16 members still had good broad representation across the geographies of California and the demographics we were hoping to reach. And since we were initially proposing up to 15 members, we think the 16 on the list will still fit that bill.
What was the name again?
Miha Babale, I apologize to Miha if I'm mispronouncing that. The slides don't have her name in them.
So in the book item, she's number 7 on the list of people.
Okay.
Changing. Okay, I'll keep going. So the next slide, if it ever gets there, it's really just identifying the breakdown of how people identified. So this is the selection of the EAC. As Avital mentioned, in the application pool alone, there was a lot of representation for folks identified as AB 1550 party populations, folks identified as being Black, Indigenous, person of color. And so within this body of recommended candidates, that's also what you'll see, a strong pool of folks identify as representing transportation, social justice, leadership within transportation, and then also within different kind of sectors. So we had a wide variety of folks that represented disability and aging, as well as folks that represented our youth.
All right, and I'll just get started on the next slide before it comes up. So one thing I'm really excited to bring forth to the commission meeting today also is that we have been able to secure compensation for committee members for the first year of participation. We were able to find a grant through the Resources Legacy Fund, so thank you to them. And it will be distributed by the California Transportation Foundation. Also, thank you to them. And that's something that I know has been a really important thing for us to secure to ensure that we're valuing the time and expertise of our future committee members. And so I'm really excited to share that with you all today. And of course, we'll still be able to reimburse committee members for travel costs incurred and any kind of like travel to meetings, but we expect the first year of meetings to be virtual. So, but they will be compensated for their time joining us in those meetings. So we are also very much continuing to seek a permanent compensation mechanism because while we are very grateful for the grant that we received, it's not a long-term solution and it's definitely a bridge solution. So that is a very exciting detail. Okay, so our next steps for the committee, and I know I have a couple of members on the line, and I want to say thank you to them and anyone who wasn't able to join us for committing to this with us and joining us on this journey. So we will be holding our first meeting of the committee in the upcoming winter of 2022-2023, depending on people's availabilities. And we also would like to determine a nomination process for ex officio regional members to join the committee. We had a lot of interest from folks that serve with regional transportation agencies that we think would be very valuable perspectives to have sitting alongside our committee members in the ex officio capacity. And it also definitely represents what we heard at the listening sessions, which is we need the right people in the room at the time when the conversations are happening. So we look forward to having more dialogue with you all and with our regional partners around what that can look like and who should be sitting at the table with our Equity Advisory Committee. And with that, that is the end of our presentation, and we'll open it up for questions. Thank you.
Did you want to say something, Mitch, before we move on?
I did.
Yes, so thank you. I appreciate it. I did want to say one quick thing. Well, yes. So I think when we had our discussions, I had brought up the issue about the northern San Joaquin Valley, and I looked it up here again, and you still have Alpine County, Amador County as part of the San Joaquin Valley.
Thank you for noting that.
Not it, just saying.
Thank you, thank you.
So you might want to relook at this chart on where those folks were coming from, because there's quite a few in here that are not part of the San Joaquin Valley. The other issue, and I think this is for the next time, because I know y'all did a lot of work of making sure that you brought in a group that represents who we all said, we wanted to make sure you got on to this committee. The farm worker issues, the folks who work in the fields have really specific transportation issues. And I don't see anybody representing that particular group on here. And so I think for the future, we might want to make sure that we have someone that represents farm workers.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Gardino, yes.
Great points, Chair Eager. And Sequoia, first and foremost, I just want to thank you and your colleagues for the great work and the passion and professionalism that you brought to this effort. Couple of questions, comments. I'm so appreciative of the Resources Legacy Fund. What is the compensation per meeting for these hardworking folks?
So that's going to be determined based on people's ability to accept compensation and kind of need. So we'll survey members, and but we did receive $15,000.
Good, it's a good start, and thank you. Well done. That's one. And I think we all recognize how hard it is for geographic coverage. The chair's points, I think, are excellent, and I know you made note of them. But we're a state of 58 counties and 482 cities, and it's tough with 16 seats to cover that. I live in Santa Clara County, which is 2 million of the 40 million people in California, and there's no one from Santa Clara County, and I just accept that that's the reality of trying to do your best for geographic coverage. One that I'm feeling more and more as I age is age. And the challenges of people who are older, like me, and beyond, of being able to use transit. And I would recommend NextTrend that we ask people their age, just as we were all asked when we applied on the Transportation Commission. There's a date of birth line on that, because I don't think it's enough to say, well, someone represents older Californians, because there's something different of being an older Californian. And as my knees creak when I walk more and more every day, I can feel that, and think it's important to capture actual lived experience with age, as well as just someone representing older Californians.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I think we had Commissioner Martinez and then Commissioner Lewis.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll be brief. I do concur with your comments. I concur with Vice Chair Commissioner as well, Gardino. The one thing that I also would state is that it's very difficult, and I had this conversation with you all on the phone in regards to no representation from Orange County. It's the third largest county in this. It's the third largest county in the state out of the 58 counties. It's a very unique county. And even though we have vast representation throughout the areas that you all mentioned, there's bio-individuality in all of us. We're all unique in ourselves, and in all 58 counties within the state of California are very unique. Just an example is the chairwoman mentioned in regards to the farmers. You can't expect these folks things have changed drastically, and the lived experience that currently we have today is very different than it was 20, 30 years ago, on and so forth. And so having to have those voices, and if we're unable to have those voices, how can, and you mentioned the Sequoia ex officio members that may have some kind of practitioners who may have some expertise, but what about some community, other groups that may have had interests that were not selected, to also find ways for them to participate, so that you hear those voices as well. And then maybe next time around, depending on the term, I don't know if it's a 2-year term, 1-year term. I know some people are probably going to be doing 1 year. I think you mentioned some people will be doing 2. How do we make sure that we put those folks into the fold? And I commend you. This is not an easy job. 72 applications, trying to narrow down, who's going to represent who, but having to understand that, the bio-individuality of these counties matter. They were making fun of me yesterday in regards to bingo. As I always like to say, one size doesn't fit all, right? I'm now saying bio-individuality counties, right? Because we are different. And so I just wanted to say, great job. Number 2, let's figure out next time around, and maybe starting early, of how we can continue to get participation, even from the members that are part of it. Like, who else are you talking to? Who else are you working with? Because as I see here, Cheryl Villegas Walker, from the Imperial Valley, she checks a lot of boxes, right? She's been in office, and she's president of SCAG, president of League. So she has a lot of contacts, lots of relationships. How can we capitalize on those relationships to help us advance and enhance this membership? And with that, thank you all for the great work that you've all done.
Thank you. Commissioner Lugo and then Commissioner Falcone.
Great. I'm going to try to make this a quick question. So kind of following up on what Commissioner Martinez was talking about, we have this overall issue around how we haven't really figured out a way to capture the value of community knowledge around transportation challenges. And if we are going to see the kind of investment that our good friend Vince was talking about in partnership with tribes, partnership with communities on a more material level than just bringing finished products to folks for them to, check the box, we are going to have to figure out mechanisms for paying people. So I'm very curious to learn more about what the barriers are to compensation. I've heard about it, since I was appointed. I'm also aware of this challenge from the transportation research side. We also, for publicly funded research, don't have good mechanisms for paying community experts for their lived expertise. So I'm just wondering what we can do as the commission to shed light on the issue and help create new models. So just kind of a question and a hope that we can do something differently in the future.
Commissioner, that's a great question. One of the things we're working on is our annual report to the legislature with recommendations to the legislature and the administration. And so this is something that we're weaving into.
Thank you. Commissioner Falcone.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, Commissioner Lugo asked the question that I wanted to ask about sustainable funding, and Mitch responded to that. I do have one more question, but I do want to apologize to Avital that I didn't see you. I'm a small person, so sometimes I can't see over ahead, so good to see you. The other question is on the ex officio. We have an abundance of blessings when it comes to experts, and so how is it only 1 or 2 ex officios that you're going to be adding?
That's to be determined.
Okay.
We haven't set any limit.
Okay, and then you'll have some service guidelines as to who or how you're going to select those folks.
Tanisha, do you want to take this one?
Is that a yes? You just say yes.
Yes. Can you repeat the question for me, please?
Yeah, just any insight that you could provide in terms of how you're going to select ex officios.
So one of the things, sorry, I can't pull it, make any closer. So
I know.
Yeah. One of the things that we've talked about is, and Sequoia's talked about it, and we've heard about it through the listening sessions, is the importance of having those agencies that are implementing things like regional transportation plans, those agencies that apply for our programs at the table, as well as some of the transit operators, is that we've heard a lot from our stakeholders, we've heard a lot from our community members about challenges that they're having within their agencies. And so when we talk about ex officio members, we're looking for those people that can broaden the commission's impact in terms of how we reach those agencies that can effectuate change in the way that the commission can't, such as a transit operator or a regional agency who's adopting a regional transportation plan.
I think Commissioner Liu and then Commissioner Davis.
Yes, we all have to have something to say on this. First, with regard to the funding, you know, I learned something from Secretary Omashakin this morning, and that is the executive order N1622. I took a look at it. I think it is the best argument you can make to the Department of Finance and the governor that we need to find funding for this advisory committee, all these members. I would also say that we need to find money for the road user charge technical advisory group that I chair, not for me, but for the other members, because their advice, just like the advice of these committee members, is very valuable. And they need and they deserve and they have a right to be compensated for it. But that said, some of the comments you've been hearing kind of are a little inquisitive and I mean, perhaps could be, you know, interpreted as negative. Please don't do that, because we are at an important milestone in transportation equity. And I want to thank you and congratulate everyone who had everything to do with this. There were community members and commissioners and consultants, but especially you staff, Sequoia and Avatal and Amar and Carolyn too. You guys really got us to this point. And when I joined this commission, there was a real question as to whether we would ever get here. So this is a milestone moment that I think we need to take a second and reflect and appreciate how important this is. So you have my full support. I know it's not easy to come up with this list. I think you've done a wonderful job. The people I know who are on this list are great people. So I have a lot of expectations as to how, you know, they're going to be very helpful for us. And I think you guys have done a wonderful job. I just want to say that. So thank you.
Yeah, I think Doug normally says in public comment, if you agree with what's been said, just echo that you agree. And so I want to echo that I agree with all of the positive comments that have been made and the great work that's been done. I would just say as we look towards ex officios to participate in this, and with getting enough notice out when these meetings are, like right now, we all know the meeting schedule for next year. Try to find people that are going to participate and show up, because I think it's critical in order to move the agenda of any board that the advocates for that board need to, like, you know, understand where the board's at, what's going on, hear the conversation. And I think that will help then drive the agenda. So.
That's great. Good point. Anyone else? Okay, with that, I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Oh, public comment. Almost got in trouble.
Thank you, Chair.
Do we have public comment?
Yes, we do
Okay.
have one virtual attendee who's looking to make a comment at this time. I'd like to call on Herb Hastings. Herb, you're now free to unmute yourself and make a comment.
Okay. First of all, thank you very much. I mean, I'm not going to go all the way through. You probably have seen my list. I saw the graphics. All I want to say is thank you very much. Being an advocate for the Regional Center of the East Bay for 23 years and working with the developmental disabilities community over here in the Bay Area, I feel very honored and very respectful that you did choose me out of the list. And in the experience that I do have with all the different advisory committees of the Bay Area, I intend to do my best to my ability of serving your commission in my ability, and looking forward to continuing doing it for the next 2 years. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. We appreciate your commitment and we look forward to working with you.
Okay.
Any other
Thank you
public
very-
comment?
Thank you very much and have a nice holiday season too.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair Yeager. We do have one attendee who has raised their hand. We have William Walker.
Hi, I'll also be quick because I know you have a long meeting. I'm William Walker. I'm the representative for the Accessibility and Disability Community in the San Francisco Bay Area. I want to thank you all for this opportunity. My first political act was 8 years old, trying to prevent Muni from cutting my bus line, and it until the pandemic. So I just appreciate being able to serve in this capacity because of a lot of the issues that we thought we wouldn't have to be fighting. I was 8 years old a long time ago. We're still fighting. So I look forward to engaging with other representatives throughout the state. And I thank you for your commitments.
Thank you, William. Thank you for agreeing to serve. Do we have any other public comment?
Yes, up next we have Alex Contreras. Alex, you're now free to unmute yourself and make your comment.
Hi, my name is Alex Contreras. I grew up in Downey, California my entire life, and I was incredibly privileged to serve on the committee. I have come from a generation of Contrerases that have watched their communities slowly be pulled apart because of lack of adequate bus infrastructure. My grandpa was legally blind, and he struggled to get about as he got older because his usual bus routes that were available to him were disappearing. And I've had generations of family be affected by freeway expansions that cut across Boyle Heights. So with my family experience and my advocacy experience in working with how car-dependent infrastructure and transit infrastructure plays a role together, I'm incredibly honored to be selected to serve on this committee, and I look forward to working with everyone.
Thank you. We're looking forward to working with you also, and your experience and background I know will be invaluable. Do we have any other public comment?
I see no other public comment at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank
Madam
you.
Chair, I would like to make a motion that we adopt the recommendations of our staff for the membership of our Transportation Equity Advisory Committee.
Second, Martinez, with congratulations to the members.
So we have Lou and Martinez. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries, and congratulations. Thank you all so much for your hard work. We appreciate it. Tab 15.
Great, thank you.
Such progress.
We continue. Thanks, Commissioners. Tab 15 is an informational item. Tony Dang, Deputy for the Office of Sustainability at Caltrans, will present on the status of the forthcoming Equity Index tool. With that, I'll turn it to Tony. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair Yeager and Commissioners, and thank you for having us. I'm controlling this. It's slow. Okay, I'll keep talking. So I'm here today, and I'm really proud and excited to provide an overview and a status update on the development of our Transportation Equity Index. At a very high level, the EQI is what we're calling it, is a screening tool that utilizes multiple transportation-specific and socioeconomic indicators to identify transportation-based priority populations at the census block level. So while there are many tools out there that assess various built environment factors that potentially burden communities, many of these tools typically consider a wide range of factors and indicators that may or may not be specifically correlated to the burdens caused by or exacerbated by the transportation system. So Caltrans seeks to bridge this gap. We want to create a tool to really inform how we can best help to address and mitigate the inequities exacerbated by the transportation system. I should also add that while we are developing this tool with Caltrans specific uses and applications in mind, we really do hope that the EQI will be a useful tool that other transportation agencies and partners may elect to use. Now, there have been a multitude of factors that have motivated the department to pursue the development of the EQI. So first, we are aiming to operationalize our department's equity statement through the EQI. So our equity statement acknowledges that communities of color and underserved communities have experienced fewer benefits and a greater share of the negative impacts associated with the state's transportation system, and that some of these disparities reflect a history of transportation decision-making policy, processes, planning, design, and construction that quite literally put up barriers and divided communities and amplified racial inequities, particularly in our Black and brown neighborhoods. So as a Department of Transportation, in order to tailor strategies and ultimately proffer transportation solutions to redress this history, it's absolutely critical to be able to identify what priority populations we're talking about. So that's one of the core aims that we're trying to achieve with Equity Index. Secondly, the Climate Action Plan for Transportation Infrastructure, or CAPTI, also calls for the development of a tool such as the Equity Index, and specifically calls for the department to develop a tool that will be able to support varying analyses within individual program requirements. Lastly, I'm also very excited about this. With the passage of the recent state budget, there is a newly established state Reconnecting Communities Highways to Boulevards pilot program. And in that, in the enabling statute for that program, it actually directs the department to develop a tool to enable the data-driven definition of underserved communities. And we are also aiming to align the EQI's development and use to be able to support the statutory requirements in that program. So I first want to just acknowledge the hard work that Amar and the staff have done over the past year, having so many one-on-one and one-on-many meetings with transportation agency partners, experts who have dealt with the development of similar tools, and our non-governmental organization partners as well. And over the past year, we've been having lots of exploratory conversations with our partners, as well as have spent a fair amount of time taking stock of what the existing screening tools and other models are out there, such as CalEnviroScreen and the new federal beta Climate and Economic Justice Screening Tool. And and in doing so, we're really seeking to avoid duplication of tools, right? And I think it's also important to note that every single one of these tools are developed for slightly different uses, but that doesn't mean that they're mutually exclusive and cannot be used in tandem with one another. So in taking stock of what is already out there, we had kind of four guiding pillars influencing the development of the Equity Index. The first one is granularity. So whereas many of the existing screening tools operate at a census tract level, with the Equity Index, we are operating at the census block level. So this is extremely granular and enables us to analyze the potential impacts and the potential benefits a transportation project can provide at a neighborhood level, which I think is much more real for a lot of people. The second key guiding principle is really to hone in on a limited set of transportation-specific indicators, right? So with CalEnviroScreen or the Federal Climate and Economic Justice Screening Tool, those each involve over 20 different indicators, and that makes a lot of sense for those tools because those tools are trying to look at equity from a much broader perspective. For the EQI, we really wanted to hone in on what are the indicators that have a very strong nexus to what a transportation project can do. And so we really honed in on 5 indicators, which I'll walk through in a minute. Next, we really also wanted to focus on spatially significant indicators. So these are indicators that have a geographic distribution that is highly impacted by the state transportation system. That's not to say that we don't think other indicators are important. It's that they are not as relevant in a spatial analysis framework. And then I covered the nexus piece already, so I'll move on there. So I'll walk through very briefly the data and indicators that we currently are operationalizing. I will say that I am definitely not the technical expert here. We have a full guide of technical documentation that's posted on our website, and if it's not already there, it will be posted soon. But we've honed in on some sets of indicators that I've grouped into kind of 3 categories. So one, we're looking at demographic indicators, and there are 2 pieces to this. One, we're looking at income, and we're really basing this on AB 1550 definitions of low-income communities. Secondly, we are looking at race and ethnicity data, and the reason for this is because we do not believe that income alone adequately captures the harms that transportation infrastructure and policy have inflicted on non-white communities, such as the impacts on generational wealth building due to highway construction and urban renewal policies. I will say, before I go through the rest of the indicators, that for illustrative purposes, we've selected some initial thresholds of significance. However, we are actively seeking input from the stakeholder community on whether the thresholds are appropriate and reasonable for this effort. So as I mentioned, for household income, we're using the AB 1550 definitions. That's less than or equal to 80% of the statewide median household income, or less than the area low income limit established by the California Housing and Community Development Department. For race and ethnicity indicator, we are setting an initial threshold of greater than or equal to 50% non-white at the census block level. In terms of transportation exposure indicators, there's 2 components to this. One, we're looking at traffic proximity and volume. And while I'll say that other tools out there currently use annual average daily traffic data, or AADT data, we are proposing to take that a step further. We're taking the AADT data and we are weighting it for truck volumes to recognize the disproportionate emissions, health, noise, and safety impacts that freight traffic has on frontline and environmental justice communities. For that calculation, every single census block in the state is assigned a rank value based on that data, and we're screening for inclusion any census block that has a score of 0.8 or higher. The second piece to the traffic exposure category of indicators is crash exposure. So safety is absolutely a critical priority for the department, and we wanted to make sure that that is reflected in the equity index. So what we've done is we've taken data from the UC Berkeley Safe Transportation Research and Education Center, which is based off of the California Highway Patrol safety data, or SWTRS data. And we've taken the crash data and we've weighted it based on severity, utilizing values within the Caltrans benefit cost tool, and then assigned those collisions to census block geographies. And from there, we're able to develop a percentile rank for every single census block that has a population greater than 0. And we're proposing that blocks at or above the 80th percentile based off of that crash exposure are included in the equity index. I should note here that we have proposed to exclude crashes that occur on limited access highways because they are less spatially relevant to the communities that surround them. However, we are retaining crashes that occur at the highway on and off ramps because there is a very clear nexus to the local transportation system and the mobility needs of communities crossing those facilities. Lastly, we are including an access to destinations indicator, and this is truly unique amongst the various screening and equity tools that currently exist. So the way that we are operationalizing this is we are taking a look at the ratio of multimodal access to destinations, and we're defining multimodal access as transit and walking for right now, compared to the same access provided by vehicles. I should also note that in the maps that I'll show, we've operationalized currently, just based off of the data that we have, access to work destinations. However, we are currently finalizing some data, and we're actually seeking input from folks in terms of non-work destinations, because according to the National Household Travel Survey, the vast majority of all trips are non-work based, and we want to make sure that we are capturing that within this indicator. Okay, so in order to support what CAPTI called for in terms of a tool that can support varying analyses within different program requirements, we've come up with 3 distinct screening scenarios that can be used in different ways. So you'll see that this graphic here depicts what those 3 distinct screening scenarios are. So we have a traffic exposure screen, we have an access to destination screen, and we have a priority population screen. For all of these screens, the demographic layer is used, so that income and race ethnicity data, and then that is combined with at least one set of transportation indicators to ultimately develop what that screen looks like. So in the interest of time, I'm just going to walk very quickly through what we have as mock-ups of what those screens look like in practice. Again, recognizing that we have not finalized the thresholds that will be used. We're still finalizing the access to non-work destinations piece, and we're seeking public and stakeholder input on all of those pieces. But here's what it looks like in practice. So here is the demographic overlay utilizing the income and race and ethnicity data. Any census block just needs to be screened in based off of one of those indicators, not necessarily both. The dark orange areas are the census blocks that are screened in for inclusion. The tan areas are the ones that are not included, and the gray areas are uninhabited, unpopulated blocks. The next screen that we have is the traffic exposure screen. So this is the demographic overlay combined with census blocks that qualify either under the traffic proximity or volume indicator or the crash exposure indicator. Again, the dark orange are areas that are screened for inclusion. The tan areas are the areas that are not screened for inclusion, and the gray areas are unpopulated census blocks. Lastly, we have, or not lastly, almost lastly, we have the access to destinations screen, which combines the demographic overlay with the access to destinations score. Again, orange are census block screened for inclusion, tan not screened for inclusion, and gray are unpopulated blocks. And then lastly, we have a priority population screen, which combines all of the above. So the demographic overlay with census blocks that meet any of the indicators that I've covered, whether it's the traffic exposure indicators or the access to destination indicators. So with that, as I've mentioned throughout this short presentation, the equity index is very much still under development, but we felt it was very important to begin kind of daylighting the work of staff and the fruits of all the conversations that we've been having with partners over the past year or so. But to that end, we hosted an additional informational session on the current status of the equity index's development at the beginning of September. We do have a recording of that informational session that is available and posted on our website. And at the same time as that informational session, we released a public stakeholder survey. And while we intend to keep the public survey open during the entire development lifecycle of the equity index, we will be taking an initial look at the survey results on October 31st, just to allow our staff time to be able to synthesize and operationalize stakeholder input where possible. This will also aid us in preparing for an initial public beta release of the interactive EQI, so not the kind of static screenshots that you're seeing here today. In particular, through the survey, we are seeking input from the stakeholder community on the overarching concept of the equity index and our approach, the underlying methodology and the data sources that we are using. As I've mentioned repeatedly, we're seeking input on the thresholds of significance for each of those indicators. I think, most importantly in my mind, we are looking for input on the types of non-work destinations that should be included and or prioritized in the equity index. And then lastly, we're looking for input on the potential and desired use cases of the equity index for Caltrans and other transportation agencies. In terms of the look forward, we are aiming to have a public release of the Beta EQI by the end of this calendar year. And at that time, we will also be hosting an additional informational session. And following that, we are intending to host a series of stakeholder listening sessions to, again, gather robust and meaningful input as we work towards a finalized tool. Up here on the screen, we have the email for the EQI team, as well as the website where you can access the recording of the informational session, the technical documentation, and all the other documents that we'll be posting on the EQI. So with that, happy to entertain any questions.
Thank you, Tony. I did have a question, but I think I'm going to wait because I have a whole line of people waiting to ask you a question, but mine is only, and then what? That's going to be mine at the end. But we'll start with Commissioner Liu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Tony, it's getting late in the day and I would like to be home before Saturday, and we have 125 items to get through and we're on number 15. Anyway, but I can't help this. I mean, a lot of people obviously have things to say about this, but I have 3 things I want to talk about real quickly. Access to destination, that one cuts both ways. Some people are far from work because they're so rich they don't work and they don't want to be near anybody. And so I don't know how you do that, right? Because Rancho Palos Verdes pops up on your combined score and,
struggle there.
Anyway, some of those communities are purposefully away from everything, and others have been subject to bad land use decisions and are the exact times that you're looking for. And I don't know how you deal with that, but you're going to have to try to figure that one out. One thing I didn't get from all this is how is this going to be used? Do you have a quick answer to that?
Yeah. Sorry. So I think there are many conversations that we need to have with the entire stakeholder community on use. But one concrete use that I anticipate is, with the Reconnecting Communities Highways to Boulevards pilot program, that program tasks the department with ensuring that 100% of that program is spent in, I believe the language says underserved communities, and then it tasks the department with identifying what does underserved communities mean. So in my mind, the priority population screen is likely what we would use to be able to identify underserved communities for that specific program. Although I want to just really emphasize that there are different rules for different programs that we need to navigate with the commission, with our partners, and to gather feedback on how best to make that work within the confines of each individual kind of program structure.
Okay. In a previous life, I spent many years working on the development of CalEnviroScreen. And we knew going in that it had to pass the BUBBA test. Your BUBBA had to look at it and go, that makes sense. So that's one thing you should do, take a look at it. Does this make sense? And when Rancho Palos Verdes pops up, it doesn't make a lot of sense. So that's one thing. But also, I got to tell you that with CalEnviroScreen, they got off to a much more rocky start than you. And this looks like you've got a very systematic approach that has some good indicators and good criteria. So congratulations on that. But the other thing I would like to know about is I had envisioned a tool that would allow us to look at a project and say, is this project having bad transportation equity impacts or great transportation equity benefits? And can we prioritize projects based on that? And that's not what this is. This is a geographic tool. I'm just wondering if you have considered or would you be willing to think about developing a tool that could give us some idea as to individual project relative
to the projects, the benefits and the adverse impacts.
Yeah, I think, everybody, myself included, would love to have one tool to rule them all, but I don't think that's going to happen. So I think with what we have right now with the Equity Index, it's really focused on that identification of priority populations. And I think we fully recognize that that doesn't get at what you're raising, and that there are going to be, supplemental pieces of guidance or supplemental tools that will need to be developed to be used in tandem with the EQI.
Okay, so we won't stop here. We're going to keep
No.
going until we get there. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I gotta look at my list now. Now we have Commissioner Grisby.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Tony, for the presentation and the work on the equity index. I think some index like that's been a dream of a lot of people for a while. We know that Cal Enviro Screen has issues picking up low income populations in some wealthy areas like the Bay Area. And we had a representative earlier mention that there's also a problem here in Santa Barbara. So how does this index address that problem of picking up those communities in those?
Yeah, so going back to what I mentioned, one of the key features of the equity index is that granularity, right? A lot of times when you operate at a census tract, a low income block kind of gets subsumed by a wealthier community around it. So by enabling an analysis at such a granular level, we're hoping to be able to kind of capture communities like that, where it just operates at a much smaller scale than a census tract, particularly in our rural regions where a census tract can be the entire county, for example.
Vice Chair Gardino, you're next on my list.
I think mine was partially covered, though I'm still a little puzzled on the access to destinations indicator that people going to and from their jobs is not included.
I'm sorry?
In the access to destinations indicator, and I'm still puzzled as to why getting to and from jobs is not included.
So currently, the analysis that we do have prepared and what's reflected in the maps is based off of access to job destinations. However, we are currently exploring and finalizing the analysis on non-work destinations. And we believe this is extremely important because I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, only 17% of all trips are trips to work. So that leaves, if we stop at just looking at access to jobs, it leaves out the vast majority of trips that people are making.
I don't disagree with what you're saying. I'm just puzzled as to why it's not also included. I'm not saying to exclude the 83% of trips that are non-commute trips, but that's still one of every 6 trips that is a commute trip.
So we can definitely take that feedback and take a look at that with the team.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And very quickly, thank you, Tony, for your presentation. Based on what I've read, I'm thinking like this is thick data, more focused on the where and why, because you're trying to take a hyper-local approach at the neighborhood level, which I believe is necessary to get those local solutions. But I'm still trying to wrap my head around all of it. And then is that where you're trying to go with this? Is it the where and the why? And are you trying to take this hyper-local approach to get this data to then tell a story that would be helpful maybe to applicants and ATP? I'm just trying to figure like, what are you trying to accomplish?
Yeah, so part of the rationale for trying to, hone in on those transportation specific indicators is because we really want to be able to influence through, policy or transportation planning or the actual design of a project to make movement on those indicators. So for example, when you look at the traffic exposure indicator, if we have a project that's currently being planned, very early stages, that's going through a community that's identified as being heavily impacted by that traffic exposure, I think that there's additional guidance that we want to develop for our teams to basically say, how about avoiding placing additional traffic exposure impacts on that already impacted community? So I see a lot of concrete ways that we can influence the development of our own projects to, one, avoid further exacerbating the negative impacts from the transportation system, and then two, that access to destinations piece. How do we provide better multimodal access? How do we provide that multimodal positive benefit, right? And so, I think that the equity index in its identification of priority populations paired with subsequent guidance and additional tools for our staff, I truly hope that that will help kind of move the needle on the types of projects that we're doing and how we're doing the projects, and then ultimately impact those indicators.
Great, and I would just say this would be very valuable. I'm not sure if you've connected with the CTC staff, because this would be very valuable, not just for us as a commission, but those applicants, specifically with ATP. I'm not sure if you've been working closely with them or not.
Yeah, well, we're happy. As I mentioned, Amar and the team have done many exploratory conversations, and we've taken all that feedback to kind of develop what we have now, and we're planning to, as I mentioned, do a series of stakeholder engagement sessions once we kind of do that public release, right? Once people have something to play with, then let's have some conversations around, is this working? What needs to be tweaked? What needs to be changed?
Got it. Thank you.
And kind of following along the lines of that last discussion, there have been a number of people who talked about Cal EnviroScreen, and that was put together by Cal EPA. The commission sat on a team of management of all the different impacted departments that was discussing the development of what factors would be going into that. We haven't been involved in this at all, and so, as an agency that allocated $10 billion in transportation funding, can you explain why that decision was made?
I would disagree that you haven't been involved at all. I believe we've had some initial presentations to even the CTC Equity Roundtable, so I kind of disagree with that. But all that to say, we are happy and open to working with the Commission and other partners as we continue to develop the Equity Index.
So one of the things that I think we've all seen as we get into these conversations about equity and similar things is the importance of authentic engagement versus decide, announce, defend. And this does not feel like authentic engagement. So I mean, I really want to know more details. I appreciate that you guys did a 2-pager about it. I'd like to get in a lot more details about what the factors are, because there is so much potential for this to do it. We all want to get to how we can reach the communities that are more impacted and do what everybody talked about here. And I think that, as you mentioned, like Cal EnviroScreen does some things, there's Healthy Places Index, which does some things. They're just looking at income, which does some things. But this has the real potential to get at the transportation needs of a community and impact. So that's why I really want to work together, and not just us, but the other stakeholders, because I feel like I've heard that from a lot of our community. So I look forward to moving in a more collaborative direction in the future.
Commissioner Martinez. And then Commissioner Davis. Oh, no, I'm done. I already. Yes.
We did her. Yeah. I want to thank you. I have 3 lines of questioning. One is, when you're looking for truck volumes analysis, who's doing it?
The technical question, I will follow up with you on my technical staff who do the analysis.
Fantastic. Thank you. And then on the access and where you were looking for other indicators, I can't say enough how much access to childcare is really, really important, but also reflecting Vice Chair Gardino's point, we have to have access to healthcare. When we looked at the fact that you needed a car to go, during COVID, you needed a car to go get vaccinated or tested for COVID, that's horrible. And we're getting older, we're breaking down, and I mean, we are, right? And what's happening is that people are telling us that they're not going to physical therapy. They're not, because it's not accessible by transit.
Yeah.
But as the economy is changing markedly, I feel like we keep talking about access to job centers, but the job centers are going away. And malls are changing, you know, how are we defining work and access to work? And I say this in total fear because 5 million women left the workforce during COVID because of no access to childcare, having to homeschool their kids, and no ability to get to jobs by transit. Workforce investment boards come to us all the time and say the reason we cannot retrain people and have them get jobs is that there's no access to the jobs. So I think it's great that, you know, it's only 17% of the trips, but those trips are what makes the other trips possible because you have to earn money. And I just don't want us to discount it because we're about to be in a lot of pain in this state by having the eviction moratorium over. People are going to be needing to pay back years of back mortgage and rent, and access to jobs is not a quaint notion. It's survival. And I just want to say on behalf of parents and mothers, please help us to get to childcare and get to work and make that a priority because that's survival. And we have a lot of state programs that are actually going wanting because we're not making sure that people have access to jobs because we're discounting it as saying it's just 17% of the trips. Please don't. People are really struggling out there and it's going to get worse in the next 2 years. And I hope we prioritize it as it should be. So if there's any way, and on the childcare side, actually, I feel like we're chasing data because childcare is trying to look for transit, and they just got $250 million in the budget to create new childcare locations, and they're looking to how to meet you. So how can we start looking at co-location and trying to prioritize so that we can work smarter and provide data that's really positive? And on the last note, I just want to know, is there a reward for solving the problem? I want to make sure that we're creating these equity indexes and that when you actually provide equity, then you're not telling that community, well, you no longer get money. And that's one of the problems is that, like, give us incentives to solve the problem and keep going. And I just don't want us to only focus on where the inequities are, and then when we solve it, then we stop investing because we keep the equity going.
It's the cycle.
Yes, that's right.
Thank you. Commissioner Davis.
So I've had a career of sort of reading faces and reading a room, and all I will say is that I echo Mitch's comments about not being included in the process based on reading faces that I can see from this side of the table, and would ask that revisit what it means to engage with commission staff, one, and then two, and maybe this isn't the appropriate place, how did super commuters factor into these 17% of the trips that are taken? Because I live in Placer County, and when I have to go to the Bay Area, make sure I have a book on tape or a lot of phone calls to make. And my membership, Brother Bradshaw, Commissioner Bradshaw's membership, the construction industry in particular, they can't afford to live in the Bay Area, whether it's San Jose or San Francisco, and they're coming from Placer County or further. They're coming from Tracy, or they're coming from Stockton, Modesto, Southern California. They're coming from San Bernardino or Hesperia into LA. So it's a lot of trips, a lot of miles, and I think no matter what we do, those folks are going to be in their trucks going to work just based on what they have to take with them to go to work every day. So I want to make sure that somehow we don't forget about that workforce.
Thank you. I think Commissioner Lugo, you had a question?
I do. First, I want to just appreciate, Tony, your work and everybody's work on this tool. Speaking from experience, doing community-based research and work around, what are the transportation challenges people are facing in communities of color. I know, so often people will go to bodies like this one and tell their stories and be told that they need to translate it into numbers, into quantitative data. And so I just want to appreciate the reason why this tool was needed. I'm guessing, I didn't track the process of getting to this point, but I know that there's a need for this tool. At the same time, that what y'all are tasked with measuring is highly qualitative stuff. So figuring out how to take this world of structural inequities and lived experiences and cultural bias and fit it into something equivalent to CalEnviroScreen, which comes from a field that measures particulate pollution and is rooted in these kind of, chemical sciences. That's a huge challenge. And so I just want to appreciate that. And I can also see why, that makes it an all hands on deck kind of project. So I look forward to being engaged in the future further around this tool, but congratulations on getting this far. And in terms of the questions around access, I just learned this summer through my work at the UCLA Institute of Transportation Studies that when transportation researchers say access, they mean something pretty technical and different from what I mean when I say access. And so I just want confirmation that that's what's being discussed here, access to destinations, as opposed to measuring proximity to mobility systems. Is that correct?
I could get back to you again, technical question. I'm pretty sure it is operationalized at a technical level and kind of, I believe it takes a look at what destinations you can access within a 20-minute and a 60-minute shed based on mode is how I believe it's operationalized. And that sounds really technical as I say it.
Good, you're good with that? Okay, you'll get back to us. Thank you. I think that's everyone. I think we just get back to that issue about, excuse me. Tony, he's all like, oh. Yeah, I don't think so. Just closing this out, obviously you have a group of people who want to be involved in this issue and want to make sure that the commission at every step of the way is a good partner, as I'm sure you want to be. So if you could let us know how, as we continue, how we can continue to be good partners. And I think you heard a lot of issues here saying, don't forget to remember this piece, this piece, this piece. My issue from the beginning until now is, and then what? I mean, there's a lot of reports that get generated, and then how do we use them? How do we make sure that we use them properly for the people of this state, and that we don't do all this work and then they sit on the shelf and say, well, we look at it, we know exactly what those issues are, but that and now what do we do with it to make this better? That's what I'm going to want to hear at some point. So now you're excused.
And if I may, I absolutely commit to working with the commission and other stakeholders. That has always been our intent. So definitely apologize on behalf of the department if it is coming across as not being a collaborative partner.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, Tony.
Yes. Is that public comment?
Yes, thank you, Chair Eager. We do have a virtual attendee looking to make comment at this time. We have Sophia Rafikova. You're now unmuted and free to comment.
Hello, dear commissioners. My name is Sophia Rafikova. I'm the policy advocate with the Coalition for Clean Air. Thank you for this opportunity to comment. We're grateful to see all the work Caltrans has put into development of the Transportation Equity Index. However, we are concerned that the Equity Index, as currently described, does not go far enough in accomplishing the goals it has set out to do. The current version of the Equity Index identifies priority population areas based on those communities' transportation barriers. While it is a noble goal, it is vastly different from what was stated as the original purpose of the index, which was to analyze equity impacts of transportation projects. Specifically, the Climate Action Plan for Transportation Infrastructure, CAPDI, describes their equity index as a tool to assist in the evaluation and prioritization of the department's projects. Additionally, we are concerned that the current equity index is very similar to existing tools. This is acknowledged in the documents for this item, which state that the EQI resembles Cal Enviroscreen and the Climate and Economic Justice Screening Tool. While the document lists the differences, mainly EQI's focus on transportation barriers and examining census data on a different scale, the outcome of the tools is similar. They all identify communities facing adverse transportation impacts. Having the equity index focus on examining projects instead of populations would have offered a novel way to determine whether California is equitably distributing its transportation funding. For these reasons, we ask that Caltrans and CDC work together to revert the equity index back to its original goal. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment?
I see no other public comment at this time. Thank you.
No, you're good.
Thank you.
Thank you. So now we will move to tab 16.
Okay, thank you, commissioners. Tab 16 is an information item. A representative from the Federal Highway Administration will be joining us to.
And don't worry about the slides. I can get us out of here in 3 minutes.
Okay, ready, go.
We're down to Justice 30, not Justice 40. Sorry about that. So very quick, I just wanted, there's some things with Justice 40. There, in your packets, there's a set of slides there, so I'm not going to get through those today. But I just wanted to hit a couple things. So what we're doing as a department is going back and looking at, first, we're looking at disadvantaged communities, trying to identify them. CEQ is going to be doing that later. So the Council of Environmental Quality intends to release universal data and tools to measure disadvantage called with climate. It's called Climate and Economic Justice Screening Tool. And they're hoping to do that for the entire federal government, so not in each agency. So it's a lot of the stuff you heard here in the last presentation, a lot of that detail that's going to be in there. But then it's also the transportation disadvantage. So what are those other pieces to that? I think there's something that people are saying, oh, there's money that's coming with Justice 40. So that's not correct. Justice 40 is going to be in all our programs. So the formula program right now with the grant program, the discretionary grant program right now. So you'll see in the applications, Justice 40 type things that you need to have in your application. Disadvantaged communities, how you're serving that, what are the positive or negative impacts on a particular community. So those are the things that you're seeing in the notice of funding opportunities. What the next step is to get that into all of the formula program. So it's looking at certain types. So it looks at the benefits in areas of climate change, clean transportation, training and workforce development, and remediation and reduction of legacy pollution. So it's not every program. So we're trying to get it into those programs as a federal government, because this is a executive order from the president, right? So that's what I wanted to kind of make it clear, that we're trying to get this. There's a lot of progress that California's already made in those areas. So I think you're kind of lined up. Just the discussion you're having today, I think, gets you ahead of the rest of the country. And I think that is where you line up with Justice 40. So that's a real quick version of what Justice 40 is. It's trying to, it's recognizing policies that were disparate in the past, and all of those types of things that we've been talking about a lot today, and then looking at the impacts, both positive and negative, on future projects. So you're needing to look at, yeah, it's a lot of great stuff, but let's be very clear on what the negatives are on the impacts, and really looking at those communities. So you're looking at the disparate community, you're looking at just the data we were just talking about, but then you're also looking at how that transportation impact is on that community also disparately. So it's a little bit of both. So I think that is a very quick version of that. Yeah. I think that summarizes it very quickly.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
Any questions for me as we walk across the street in a crosswalk? Sorry, was that out loud? Did I say that out loud? I got to work on my inside voice. I got to work on my inside voice. My wife says inside. Keep it inside your head. Any questions for me?
Yes, I think Commissioner Bradshaw has a question.
Sorry, coming in virtual late today. I know it's been a long day, but I just had, in looking at the screening tool, some of the definitions, see if I got it right. It talks about communities are identified as disadvantaged if at or above the 90th percentile for diesel particulate matter exposure or traffic proximity or volume. And am I getting that right? Am I on the right track?
Talking about the other. I think you're.
Am I on the wrong?
I think you were talking about the last presentation, I think, right?
I thought part of it. Oh, I guess I went to the wrong tab here.
That's all right. I'll make up an answer. I'll cover that. 2, 4, and 8 is the end.
Yeah, I guess I'm coming in late on that one. My apologies. I thought you were talking about the transportation access disadvantage, though, and that there was a screening tool under Justice 42. My apologies. Do I have that wrong?
Correct. Yeah. So Justice 40 is at the federal program, and I think the program you're talking about is at the state level.
Okay. My apologies.
Right.
Long day all around. Thanks for letting me steal some oxygen.
I'm willing to give answers. I can make up stuff.
If you want to email us that question, we can make sure it gets to Caltrans. It sounds like it's one of the more technical ones that are going to need that.
My bad.
I got you, Tony. You stay back there.
Sorry about that.
Does that cover the Justice 40, just kind of the concept of it? It's very early stages of it. So as a department, we're so early in this, even some of the programs, we're just trying to identify what programs it should apply to. So that's very early in it, but it's pretty passionate. So
thank you.
Thank you.
Perhaps you can coordinate with our professional staff on when we should have updates on Justice 40.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so as we get some more milestones that come across and at the federal level, we'll come and make sure we present them. Absolutely.
Thank you very much. So we have one more item before, do we have any public comment on that item? Any public comment?
No public comment at this time.
Okay, then we will go to tab 17. That's going to be our last one for today.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Tab 17 is an informational item on the San Diego part-time transit-only lanes pilot project. The pilot began in June 2022 and will run for 3 years on a part-time basis. It allows for South Bay rapid buses to operate on freeway shoulders during heavy traffic congestion, helping bus drivers bypass slow-moving traffic along I-805 and State Route 94 between downtown San Diego and National City. Peter Thompson at the podium is Senior Transportation Technology Analyst at the San Diego Association of Governments. And he will highlight the partner and stakeholder efforts involved in the development and implementation of this pilot, showcase the technological innovations that aid in its operational safety, and report on preliminary evaluation results. I now turn it to Mr. Thompson.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. You can hear me, yes. Peter Thompson's my name, and I'm the project manager for the Interstate 805 State Route 94 part-time transit-only lanes pilot project. I'm between you and dinner, so I'll get through this as quickly as I can, okay?
Yeah, please take your time. We're here for you. Go ahead.
We're just standing with you.
I know you couldn't take the train. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. You're too kind. Good. So Sandag appreciates the invitation to come and talk about this project. Next slide, please. The pilot is being funded by a Federal Transit Administration grant and delivered through a collaboration between the San Diego Association of Governments, Caltrans, the San Diego Metropolitan Transit System, CHP, and the cities of Chula Vista and National City. These partners have worked together over the last 5 years through the planning, design, and construction phases. And we're hoping to work together for the coming 3 years through the evaluation and on the pathway to providing input to the statewide guidance. Next slide, please. The pilot's seeking to understand 3 key aspects. We're looking to understand whether prioritizing the use of existing infrastructure can deliver the reliability to the bus rapid transit system. Next, we're looking to understand whether the safety, enforcement, and maintenance concerns that were raised during the planning phases can be addressed. And lastly, we're seeking to understand whether the operational approach supported by the technology can deliver benefits that outweigh the costs. Next slide, please. So the MTS South Bay Rapid 225 is San Diego's newest bus rapid transit system. It provides peak hour service both morning and evening with 20-minute headways from the border to downtown San Diego. A map of the corridor is provided on the right-hand side. On the left, you'll see that we're delivering the pilot on a smaller 7-mile portion of this overarching corridor. And we're delivering it in phases. The first phase lasts for 90 days. And we're seeking to understand the safety of, can we meet the safety criteria for operations? This is restricted to those transit-only lanes adjacent to a single ramp and on 2 freeway-to-freeway connectors. At the end of the first 90-day evaluation, we're seeking to extend into the full 7-mile corridor, which adds 3 transit-only lanes adjacent to 3 additional on-ramps and a dedicated part-time transit-only lane all the way into downtown along the State Route 94. Next slide, please. The pilot has procured a dedicated fleet of 17 bus rapid transit vehicles, and we've outfitted these and the road infrastructure with 3 main types of technology. First is an advanced driver assistance system that has been installed onto the vehicles and aims to keep the driver engaged and aware as they're traversing the transit-only lanes in case hazardous situations occur. The next vehicle to infrastructure or connected vehicle radios that we've installed into the vehicles and into the Caltrans ramp meters. And this allows the bus to talk wirelessly over a secure medium with the ramp meter as it approaches. And the last is we've deployed dynamic signs at the stop bar on the ramp meter that light up when a bus is approaching to inform the driver that that bus will be merging. Next slide. Stay on this slide. My apologies. We've been fortunate enough to work with a dedicated pool of 60 professional drivers. And those drivers have gone through both classroom-based and on-road certification. Drivers are taught to use the lanes only during peak hours, and only when the lanes are the general purpose lanes are operating 35 miles an hour or below. Drivers are also taught never to use the lanes during inclement weather and never to use the lanes at or above 15 miles an hour faster than the adjacent lane. Drivers are taught in these classes to yield to emergency vehicles, enforcement vehicles, maintenance vehicles, and any vehicles using the shoulder for a breakdown. Next slide, please.
Have you been having problems trying to find drivers like the rest of the world? Or...
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We're no different to the rest of the nation. The driver pool got caught up in the Great Resignation. So, yeah, we have suffered, absolutely. Over the last year, SANDEC has been conducting a public outreach campaign through the news media, through print media, social media, and even with live Waze ads as people drive through the corridor. Next slide, please. And so having begun on June the 31st, we are now at the end of the 90-day evaluation phase. And I'm really pleased to announce that we've had 0 accidents within the corridor. with over 2,000 bus rapid transit trips having gone through the corridor. 343 of those, the drivers have found themselves in the conditions where they could use some portion of these transit-only lanes. On 320 of those occasions, the driver has stayed in the lane long enough to require Caltrans to provide them the transit signal priority service so that they could proceed safely. And while all of this really boils down to about a 17% utilization, that belies the fact that when we do see congestion, 50% or north of 50% of drivers are getting in to these lanes to get their customers to where they're going safely and reliably. And with that, I'd like to thank the Commission for your attention before dinner and take any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Peter? Yes, Commissioner Falcone and then Commissioner Grisby.
Yes, thank you, Peter, for coming up, I should say. And it's nice to meet you. I thought I knew all of the SANDAG staff, so it's a pleasure to meet you. And I'm really excited about this project. I've heard about it for some years. You know, when you look at trying to, we're looking at equity, and you see that we know that most of the folks that use our transit system are blue collar folks from underserved areas and folks that just don't have a car and cannot afford a car. There was a recent study from an organization that I'm involved with, Circulate San Diego. And in that study, there was an indication that the average commute time for folks in cars is about 25, 30 minutes. For transit commuters, it's double that. And so when we're looking at quality of life, trying to get to your place of work, recreation, what have you, from A to B in a timely manner, these kinds of things, you know, we have to look at how we really optimize our transit system and how do we use the infrastructure that we already have. And in this case, it's highways. And so this was really heralded as, you know, as an idea to help with, you know, getting folks faster through transit and really helping with that frequency issue. And so I want to congratulate SANDAG and Caltrans and all of your agency partners in really moving forward with this project. And hopefully it won't be a pilot. Hopefully this will be replicated, because this is a relatively inexpensive way, you know, to entice folks and entice folks to use transit, and for those that are using transit to have a better experience. And so I'm really happy to hear about this. And again, I can't tell you how happy I am that this has moved forward. So thank you, Peter, for coming up.
Thank you.
Commissioner Grisby.
Thanks for the presentation. Looks like a great project, very exciting. And I guess it's the first in the state, right, to do this bus on shoulder?
Yes, my understanding.
So I know other places in the country have tried out. Chicago, I think PACE, the bus system, suburban bus system, tried bus on shoulder. Right. So what features make this unique compared to other attempts of this cross country?
Yeah, so there are actually 9 other states and about 12 cities that are already running bus on shoulder programs. None of them are using the technology that we are. In fact, the federal government just came out with a notice of funding opportunity to really promote the use of these advanced driver assistance systems designed specifically for transit. The feedback from the driver pool was fascinating. You know, thank you. When this gets going, don't forget about us, but thank you for bringing the technology that we see every time we go on holidays and rent a car. And you've brought that to transit. That's exciting for us. Thank you very much. So the driver pool is actually, you know, highly engaged, really highly engaged. And this is because we're benefiting them along with our customers. And it's that human-centric focus on designing projects that's worked in this situation.
Thank you.
I did. You showed the trips, and I was wondering how many passengers, are you taking passengers, are you just testing it out? And are you actually getting people new to the system? Because, I mean, one of the greatest things in the Silver Line on the express lanes was people looking at the bus and going, wait, that bus is going faster than I am in my car. Are you starting to get people truly getting out of their cars to be in these buses because they're seeing the validity of a better ride and more efficient ride, which is all of our hope?
Yeah, it's a good question, Commissioner, and it's the critical reason that the folk who planned this project said that we should operate for 3 years. We need that longitudinal study and data fed back to really inform the statewide guidance or to provide input. This first 90 days, we have focused on safety, safety, safety. And that's all that we've focused on. So we'll start to see some of those mobility benefits. And I'd be more than happy to come back at interim points. But talk about the mobility benefits that we're seeing.
I'm envisioning a YouTube video of very happy bus passengers laughing at all the cars as.
Yeah.
I think you upload a few of those videos.
Do you have a question?
Thank you, Commissioner.
Any other
Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you coming. Before everyone leaves, we just want to thank those of you who came up and acknowledged our friend and colleague, Bobby Alvarado. I'm sorry. So today, we will be adjourning in memory of our dear colleague, Commissioner Alvarado. With that, we are adjourned. Thank you.
He would want it.